see. Shut it off. So
No, it's
when
on.
it's yours is on right now.
When it's red, it's hot,
You
hot.
can see the red up there. Oh, I'm sorry. I have it backwards. I'm sorry. So yours is actually on right now.
Okay.
And push. Oh, all right.
Push down. I know, not as nice as the ones.
Test. Oh, yeah, that works.
When you're supposed to.
I have a cold. I have a feeling I'm gonna keep things pretty short. So
And then when we go to the county, it has to be
it's
red. for you
opposite.
to talk.
Yeah. It's opposite.
Well, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. First of all, candidates, thank you so much for joining us this evening. We want to welcome those folks who are joining us online and people who join us in person. Thank you again for doing this. I will say this as I do for multiple years now. I find these events to be one of the best examples of democracy that we have, and that is questions that are submitted by the community, that are answered by the candidates. And it provides really a platform for both you as candidates to address these topics for people to know, and also for the residents of Germantown to know these. The process is that we will rotate who answers each of the questions. The candidates receive the topics of questions in advance, but they receive the actual questions today. So we will pause after I ask each question. We'll pause for 30 seconds for you to gather your thoughts. And then each candidate will have, at this point, 2 minutes to, right, 2 minutes for the response then. I also wanted to make sure you do, for the opening statement is to 2 minutes as well. We will rotate that. We'll start with you. And do you prefer first names or last names? I'm happy to do it either way. First name? Okay. I want to be respectful. So Stephanie, you will start with your opening statement this evening, and you have 2 minutes to do that, after which, Carol, it'll be your turn up for your opening statement. Stephanie, if you would, please.
Thank you for having me. My name is Stephanie Litzow-Erdman. This is my first time. I'm really excited about learning more. Baseline, I'm not a career politician, but politics have been served at my dinner table my entire life at every family event. We talk about politics and, sorry, I have a cold, and current events. I also can tell you I'm not very important. I'm nobody special. I'm just a mom. I'm a mom who works really hard. I do a lot to give back to the community that my kids are in, coaching. I'm in Germantown, Gridiron. I do a lot of work at the high school. I did a lot of work with my kids at the elementary schools. In my church, my family has a very strong history of giving back to the community in various charitable events. My mom was one co-founder of Hope Network. My aunt is founder of the Kids Closet here in Germantown. My grandma was my grandfather was a village trustee. My great-grandfather was a county supervisor. My grandma ran many charity events and was also on the elections committee. So, and my uncle serves as a trustee in Richfield. So being involved and giving back to the community is very important to me. I guess the biggest platform that I stand on is to ask you back, is Washington County a desirable place for people to want to come and live? And I think we all can agree the answer is yes. The answer is yes for a variety of reasons. It's safe, it's a beautiful community, we have good schools, and we're working on having even better places for people to come and work. And at the bottom, at the end of that, we also want to make sure that the residents who are here can remain here and they're not taxed out of their homes. Thank you.
Thank you. And I wanted to remind our audience this evening that we have candidates here from 3 districts. Ms. Litzau Erdmann is District 16, Mr. Carol Mehring is District 17, Mr. Jeff Schleif is District 18. Carol, you're up to bat on your opening statement.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Carol Mary. I've been a resident of Germantown since 2003. I'm currently supervisor for District 17, which is really everything east of Pilgrim from from County Line up to Freistadt, and includes a little knockout with the downtown area of the village. Farm kid from the Oshkosh area. Been working with primarily in public relations and advertising most of my life. Was heavily involved as an advertising and marketing manager at Gale Company, the old farm machinery company up in West Bend many years ago. And moved back here from the Chicago area with my wife. My parents were still up in Oshkosh at the time. My wife's family was over here on 144 near Cedar Lake. There, God bless them, they're all gone now. But we got moved back here in time to see them in their last years of life. I got involved with the county, I think it's 8 years ago now. I lost track. For some reason, my mind was just drawn to watching county news in the newspaper, and just got more involved with it, more interested in it. And a neighbor of mine is Dan Conodal, and I got an email from him one night and said, "Hey, so-and-so, Dawn," and I don't remember her last name, was not running for county board again. Maybe you should try it. So I filled out the papers and got elected to it and been involved ever since. I've been involved with the administrative committee at the county, as well as the land use and planning, which also covers all the university extension, the Fair Park activities, and any other basically rural farm kind of activities, because that's been my strong background. So looking forward to continuing at least another 2 years as your representative from Germantown. Again, District 17, everything east of Pilgrim. Thank you.
Carol Berry, thank you very much. Jeff Schleif, you're next for your opening comments.
Thank you. And thank you for putting on this forum. It's good for everybody to know who we are. My name's Jeff Schleif. I was trained as an engineer, worked 42 years in the property conservation business. And when I retired, I wanted to do something, give back to the community. So I ran for county board, and here I am 10 years later, about to start my 6th term. So government goes a long ways back in my family. My great grandfather homesteaded our farm, which is just a mile north of the county line in Fond du Lac County. And he was on the town board. My father was on the town board. So I think it's in my blood. But as for the county, it's been an interesting 10 years. We've done a lot of things on the board together. I've served as chairman of land use and planning, chairman of public works, and now I've been chairman of the county board for the last 4 years. And with our county executive who comes up with a new idea every day. We try to do good things. And you might notice on your tax bill that the county portion is one of the lowest ones. I think the county and MATC were the only part of the tax bill that went down last year. So we're proud of that and we're trying to keep it that way.
Jeff, thank you very much. A reminder that I neglected to say this in the beginning, but on the screens, we do give you the countdown clock. If you want to glance up, you can kind of see how much you have left on each of the questions going forward. And a reminder that you have 1 minute for the response to the questions themselves as we move forward. When I ask the question for the first time, we'll give you 30 seconds to contemplate your answer. And as I said, we'll rotate. So you'll have the shortest time the first time, but then it gets progressively longer time for each of you. So the first question is, what are the greatest economic development needs in Germantown and Washington County as a whole? Stephanie, you'll be up first, but you have a few seconds more to think about it if you'd like.
I would say here in Germantown, the greatest need that we have is figuring out how we're going to keep our schools the way they are, how we're going to measure how many students per classroom, how we're going to measure all the schools being either added onto or some of them getting smaller. I think our children are the most important thing in Germantown. Aside from that, I also believe that we need to figure out how we're going to develop the AI power plants and what that means to all of us. Every one of these children is using AI. We're all using AI. And from what I have seen, again, I have been attending as many of the board meetings as I can in the last 6 months since being asked to step into this role. So I'm really learning on this. But I also believe that the things that happen at the local level need to stay with the local level. I think that what happens in this room with the trustees is the most important way of developing Germantown, not at the county level.
Up next, what are the greatest economic development needs in Germantown and Washington County? Carol?
Developmental. All right, there we go. I think the biggest challenge we have here at the county is similar to what she raised with the AI facility coming up in Port Washington, labor. We were lacking a labor force, and for that labor force, we're also lacking affordable housing. When I first came on the board some years ago, Josh asked me at that point in time, what did I feel is one of the biggest challenges coming? And I said, housing for young people. There is none. And the Port Washington facility, I understand 1,000 employees. Is that going to be a big vacuum cleaner and just pull everybody from here to fill there? And then where are we going to find people to manage or do the job that works, the work here in Washington County? And along with that, where are we going to have them stay? Where are they going to live with their families? So I think labor and housing are the biggest challenges for the county.
Carol, thank you very much. And then a reminder that it's 30 seconds when we ask it the question for the first time, and then we go immediately on to the next candidates. Jeff, you're up to bat on the question, what are the greatest economic development needs in Germantown and Washington County?
We're blessed in Washington County and Germantown also, I believe, with a lot of good businesses, thriving businesses, but some of them can't thrive because they can't get enough employees. It's a problem with any industry you talk to. And because of that, the county is working on our next generation housing, which is affordable housing for workers. Our goal is 1,000 homes in 10 years, and we're almost a quarter of the way there. That's kind of gaining traction. So I think that's good. Outside of that, Economic Development Washington County is a firm that is cultivating businesses, bringing them to our county. They're doing a great job, and we just have to control the development.
Jeff, thank you very much. Carol, you'll be the next one up to answer this question first. And by the way, Jeff, I just spoke with a young couple last week who just bought a home in the Jackson complex and are ecstatic to be able to buy a house in Washington County.
Thank
So-
you for the endorsement.
What do you think can be done to attract young working families to Washington County? And this is in addition to the obvious housing issue and the affordability of housing. So Carol, we'll be starting with you on that one. Again, what do you think can be done to attract young working families to Washington County?
I think the county is blessed and we have a huge variety of career potentials here. We've got manufacturing, we've got service industry. So I think we have the job opportunities here. Going back to the comments from the three of us, we don't have housing for them here. They're going to have to move into neighboring counties, perhaps to the south, perhaps to the north. We need to get housing set up so young couples can move in. We can probably all recall the very first homes that we all had, how much by today's standards, how much less we paid for those and how big they were. But by golly, they were our houses and we sure were proud of them. They were castles to us. So I think we've got opportunities here in the county for people with various skill sets, but I think we need to provide them with a place to live. We've got some fantastic schools here, which should be an attraction for everyone. So we got to give them a place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Jeff Schleif, you're up.
Thank you. As Carol said, we are blessed with good schools. All of our school districts are doing a great job in Washington County. And the county prides itself on authentic quality of life. We've got parks, we've got great outdoor activities, and many of our parks are developing. We disc golf and our county golf course is great. So there are things to draw people here along with jobs. In the old days, people travel a long way just to get a job. So hopefully we come back to that. And probably one thing we still need to do is advertise a little bit for come to Washington County. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Stephanie,
I would agree with the other two that affordable housing is extremely important. We do have incredible schools. People want to be in this area for that reason as well. I think that in Washington County and specifically Germantown, since this is where I live, I think the fact that we are a bedroom community is something that we need to continue to lean into, right? People come here, they work really hard. You come back and yeah, we don't have big, huge restaurants and we don't have big super malls, but that's also what has been keeping us a very attractive place to be. It's a safe community. I like to say, you know, we live in a village, right? People still sometimes question that we're not a city. No, we're a village and it takes a village. And I can contest to that. As any child that walks through my door, I become an immediate surrogate mother to, right? And I feel like my children can reciprocate that anywhere. And I think that is what makes Germantown such a strong place to live. And I think it's wonderful when families who are not as blessed to have been here as long as I have come here and they get to see that firsthand.
thank you very much. Jeff, we'll begin with you on this next question. What prompted you to run for public office? And in particular, what caused you as candidates to want to stay in public office?
Well, like I said, public office goes back a long ways in my family. Giving back to the community is something that means a lot and we stick to it. But once I got into the county, the things that we're doing at the county are innovative things, thinking outside the box. Right now, we are the only county in the state that has a 2-year budget. All the other counties work most of the year on their budget and then they start all over again. We get about a 8-month break in between 2 budgets. But it's that kind of thing. And, you know, generally what we do is appreciated. So I enjoy doing it. And it's easy to criticize, but unless you get in and do something and learn everything about it, that's how you make things better. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Stephanie?
Again, I would say I've always had an inquisitive mind on social issues and politics, and I'm obsessed with the village that we live in. My founding family and ancestry goes back to some of the first founders of Germantown. Our family farmstead is still here, and my great uncle still hunts, fishes, and farms off that land. Public service, getting involved has just been natural to me. My children are on the cusp of leaving Germantown High School, and all those events that take up every weeknight and weekend activity and school busing and snacks and things of that nature are coming to an end for me. So this was a very natural sort of progression. And in the last 6 months of going to the county board meetings, just sitting back and watching, I've become extremely intrigued. And I'm very excited to start learning more about what these gentlemen have done. I also say that the work that they have done in holding the tax line in Washington County is extraordinary, and I want to continue to be part of that.
Thank you. Mr. Mary?
My family has always been involved from my dad and his parents in leadership roles, with whether it was in 4-H or some other social functions or Kiwanis or whatever. And I guess it's probably just still in my blood. I'm also by training or by skill, whatever, a creative person. My background is in writing and journalism and advertising and so on. So as I said earlier, I started watching the activities with the county activity. I don't know why, but I saw some things coming up and happening within the county. I said, hey, why don't they do this? Or why don't they do this? Or why are they doing it that way or this way or whatever? And just felt like a need to become involved, and thinking that perhaps there are some things I could offer, might be some new ideas or some new enthusiasm to drive certain projects or ideas or concepts and make them happen, and just to make the county better. And I hope I've done a good job. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I know we have a limited amount of time with you this evening, so that I'm going to move to your closing comments so that you can have an opportunity to state your case, as it may be, for why you are the correct person to be in the districts in which you are representing. It will be the same order. Stephanie, if you would go ahead and begin with your own closing statement.
Well, to be clear, I am going uncontested. So I am the right person, because that being said, I am very committed to learning. I know a lot of people in my area. I have friends, family, coworkers that live in District 16. Again, District 16 is roughly the baseline up until Carroll's on County Line Road and up. And I love that I can be part of what the next part of this will be. My predecessor, Judicial, was a good family friend and was very inspirational in bringing me to this table. And I look forward to bringing my own touch to the village and the county.
Thank you so very much. Carol Mary, District 17.
Well, as Steph said, we're all uncontested, and I'd like to think that that reflects on the makeup of the current board. We must be doing everything right because no one wants to challenge us with the election, but I'm sure that's not necessarily the case. But the fact is, you look at the board as we have it right now, it's extremely diverse in who we have sitting on that board. We've got about every kind of discipline or mentality. The genders are all there, all represented, and it's extremely diverse, but yet we all seem to be able to focus on attitudes, or I should say ideas, that we all feel are best for the county. And as Jeff mentioned, Josh Showman is a tremendous leader. He's got more ideas than we could even shake a stick at, but he's constantly got ideas, and some work, some don't work. Some get shot down, some get elevated, and some get moved into resolution and transaction. So we've got a great county board. We all seem to get together very, very well. And I think if you look at the voting record, there's an awful lot of unanimous votes, because so much of the activity happens at the committee level. This is where the public has its huge inputs into the activities of the board. And from the committee, it goes up to the county level and the board itself. But we tend to be working like a well-oiled machine. We don't always get along. I think we admit that. We always have different opinions, which is good. And it's always good to have criticism because out of criticism, hopefully we come out with a better product and a better decision. Thank you.
Mr. Mary, thank you very much. Jeff Schleif, yours to bring us home.
We are home. This is Germantown. I'm proud, unlike the village where the village president is elected, on the county board, the first night of a new session, the board elects their chairman. And I'm really proud and humbled that I've been elected chairman twice for this board. I follow in the footsteps of Don Creefall and Rick Gundrum, and I try to model myself after what they did when I lead the group. It's interesting when you're leading the group, you don't always get to say your full say, but I still represent a district. So it's a kind of a balancing act. But like everybody else has said, we've done great things in our county. We do shared services as much as we can. We're trying to lessen the burden on all of our communities. And right now we're dipping our toes into the possibility of countywide EMS, which has been done in, I think, 8 other counties, but it's a tremendous undertaking. So if it works, it's going to be great for everybody and it'll provide relief from more taxes on all the communities down the road. But costs go up. So sooner or later, it's gonna go up. But the communities are struck with levy limits, so they can only raise so much. And the cost of fire protection and EMS goes up more than that. So it's challenges like that that keep us interested and intrigued with working for the county every month.
Mr. Schleif, thank you so much. On behalf of the chamber, I'd like to thank you so much for number one, your public service and your willingness to do this both this evening and as a part of your lives. It is not a small task and it takes a tremendous amount of effort and energy. So thank you very much. Reminder to everyone to please, please, please vote. All right. Thank you very much, everyone, this evening.
You guys ready? Welcome, everybody who is here in person and online. We just wanted to thank you for taking the time to attend. I'm Gilletta from the Germantown Chamber of Commerce, and we're proud to be hosting this candidate forum that is a benefit for the residents, our businesses, and the candidates. Technology willing, this recording will be available on the Chamber's Facebook site for 45 days and also the Village's YouTube site. The Chamber's mission is to promote, educate, provide resources, events, and networking for our Chamber members and the community. We're a pretty busy Chamber for how small a village we are, but we encourage you to learn more about us by visiting our website, attending events, or just visiting us across the street in our office. So without further ado, I will introduce Dan Anholt, who from Kennis Enterprises, who is going to be our moderator tonight. And I will also introduce Lynn, even though she wants to remain invisible. Lynn Gergich is doing the timer tonight for us. So thank you, Lynn. All right, Dan.
Thank you very much, Gilletta. And candidates, thank you so much for your attendance this evening. I say this at every event that this is done, and I see this as the greatest form of democracy we have, and that is at a county, local, state level to be able to hold these kinds of forums, an opportunity for the candidates to identify the things that they see as important and for them to hear from the community what the community believes is important, whether it's from a village trustee or whether it's from the judicial system. These questions are all submitted by people from the community. They have an opportunity over close to a couple month time period to do so. And then we include as many of those we can in the limited time. For the audience, the candidates have received the questions as of today, received the topics prior to this, but the actual questions are today. So you'll hear them thinking about what position they have on those and what they have seen from their own experience. So first of all, I'd like to welcome Your Honors Gordon Leach and Your Honor Grant Scaife. And are you okay if I move to Mr. Leach or Gordon or Mr. Grant or Mr. Scaife or Grant? Okay. Thank you. A reminder that when your microphones are red, that they are off. So you can keep them off when it's the other candidates, but by all means, please turn those on so they're recorded at that time. Our friendly individual here will remind you if your microphone's not on, and we'll also do this. But I do point to the TV screen, which will provide you with a countdown of the time you have available. You'll have 2 minutes for your opening and closing statements. You will have a minute for the questions, but because you're receiving them today, when the question is first asked, you'll have 30 seconds to contemplate the question and your answers. Do the candidates have any questions at this point? All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Gordon, we would ask that you do your opening statement first.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Gilletta, and thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. So I'm Gordon Leach. I'm the incumbent judge, as we say. That is the current sitting judge in Branch 2 of our circuit court here in the county. That's the position that you're going to vote on come April 7th. But I'm not just a judge here in the county. I'm also a husband, I'm a father, I'm a veteran, and I'm your neighbor. I wasn't born here in Wisconsin. Instead, I actually chose to live here. I decided to raise my children here in 2004. I got a job and I moved here. I've been here in Wisconsin for the past 21 years. Now, I first moved here to Trenton because of my family ties here. I currently live in Germantown with my wife and 3 stepchildren. I'm an active member of our community. I go to Life Church here in Germantown. I belong to the American Legion, Post 1, right down the road. You might see me there on Thursday nights if you come out for bingo. I'm a member of the American Legion Riders, the Sons of the American Legion. I volunteer in our school activities where my stepchildren go to school. And these and other organizations that I belong to and participate in, I do so because I believe in giving back to the community. This isn't the first time I've served the community, and I hope it won't be the last. But before becoming a judge, I worked in many different areas of the law. I started my legal career in the Marine Corps as a judge advocate, prosecuting crimes. After the Marines, I spent over 20 years practicing civil law, representing people and businesses in court. I returned to criminal law later in my career as a defense counsel, and then in 2022, I came back to the criminal prosecution as an assistant district attorney here in Wisconsin. From there, I went on the bench. So I bring over 30 years of professional experience and all of my life experiences and the wisdom that I hope that I've gotten from those experiences with me to the bench when deciding these important issues that you bring before me in court. Thank you for making the effort to be informed tonight, and I look forward to helping you learn more about me. Thank you.
Gordon Leach, thank you so much for your opening comments. Grant Scaife.
Thank you. So my name is Grant Scaife, and I'm running for Washington County Circuit Court Judge Branch 2. My priorities as a judge would be to make sure that we keep our community safe, that we respect our Constitution, and that we follow the rule of law as a judge. I am a current prosecutor in the Washington County District Attorney's Office, and I also live here in Germantown. I'm married, and I have a 3-year-old son. He goes to the kindergarten down the road here in Germantown. I've been a prosecutor for most of my career, and it is an honor to do that job. Every single day, I get to stand up for victims. I get to stand with law enforcement. It is an honor to be in a courtroom every day and standing with them. I prosecuted every single case that you can probably think of, anywhere from OWI cases to domestic abuse cases to homicide cases, and I am proud of what I've done. And what I would say is that we need a judge in this county that's going to be tough on crime, that's going to make sure our community is protected. I am honored to be supported by 5 of our law enforcement associations, 4 of them specifically from Washington County. We're talking about the Deputy Sheriff's Association, the Fraternal Order of Police, the Hartford Police Association, and the Jackson Professional Police Association. I'm also supported by the Milwaukee Police Association as well. These are law enforcement officers that I work with every single day, that see my work, that have confidence in what I do. I'm also standing for protecting people's rights and standing up for the Constitution. We need judges that recognize that judicial restraint is the #1 priority, that we're not going to be activist judges, and that is what I'll be on the bench here in Washington County. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move into the first question of this evening. Mr. Leach, you will begin for us. The first question that is being posed is, what are the trends that you are seeing in the courts? And each of you will bring a different perspective to that, obviously. And what community issues do they point to, whether it's for the village of Germantown or for Washington County as a whole? And you can certainly take a few minutes to think about that, a few minutes,
Yeah,
30
no,
seconds to think
thank you.
about it.
Thank you. No, I'm
Thank
ready.
you.
So, I see certainly an increase in the amount of cases that we have here in the county. Some of that is due to the charging decisions coming out of the district attorney's office. Some of that's due to a shortage of attorneys that we have that can take, for example, criminal cases here. It's not just criminal cases, but I think even in the area of civil law, we do a lot of different things here. Criminal law, civil law, divorces, adoptions, all kinds of matters. This isn't just a court of criminal law. But we do see and are seeing a trend of an increasing amount of cases. And I think that the issues that it points to in part is you do see crime coming in from other counties. You see some fleeing and eluting's, things like that that come in from Milwaukee and from other counties as well. So that's an increasing trend, I think, that reflects some of the issues that community faces in trying to educate and teach our young children about respecting the law. And that's going to come from us as a community.
Thank you very much, Gordon. Grant, you're up next on the same question. I will repeat the questions in between each for our audience. What trends are you seeing in the courts, and what community issues do they point to?
Am I good? Okay. I think what Judge Leach just talked about is absolutely correct. I think there is an absolute increase in cases. If you look at the amount of cases that comes out of the district attorney's office, we have about 2,000 cases that we charge every single year. If you look at the last prior year that we've had, we charged 500 more cases in Washington County than we had in prior years on a year-to-year basis. That speaks to the increase in crime in our county. You see a huge increase of drugs coming into this county. I think what Judge Leach commented on earlier about fleeing cases, I can't tell you how many fleeing cases that occur in our county and the rapid increase of those, especially here, even in Germantown on I-41 here. It happens all the time. That is a significant challenge to be dealt with. And I think the way you deal with it is through the use of deterrence and strong sentencing to punish people that when they commit those sorts of crimes, they're going to be punished for it.
Thank you very much. Question 3, or question 2 is a takeoff on from question 1 itself a little bit, because you'll see some of the trends discussed. This particular question actually came in from more than one community member, and there are versions of it, so we combined it. But do you feel current sentencing levels are appropriate for high volume crimes? And an example that came up in a couple of the individuals' responses was, for example, shoplifting accounts for a significant amount of police resources, and so it takes a significant amount of police time itself. So, Mr. Scaife, you would be up first.
It's working. No, it's not okay. Sorry. It's an interesting question. As for as specific as it relates to shoplifting, I would say no, in the sense of we keep getting a high volume of those crimes. And so if the sentencing level of those crimes are currently not deterring people from engaging the behavior, perhaps it's something to look at as far as increasing the sentencing levels for the types of behaviors. I would also say the same thing for fleeing type of cases. I consider some of those fleeing cases at this point high volume, given what we've seen here in Washington County. The legislature recently changed the sentencing structure, the penalty structure for a fleeing case from a Class I to a Class H felony. If it were my way, but I don't, obviously we follow law as judges, it should be tougher. But of course, we always follow the law here as a judge. But, as far as cases like shoplifting and things of that nature, I think perhaps we can be tougher on that in our judiciary.
I'm going to ask real quickly for the sake of the audience and both here and online, fleeing cases, it was mentioned a couple of times, the term. Could you define that, please, for the audience? Either one of you or both.
Sure. So fleeing and eluding is when an officer gets behind a car and activates their lights or sirens, and the car refuses to stop and then accelerates away. If you look at the legal definition of it, accelerates away from law enforcement or extinguishes the lights on the vehicle. That would be the legal definition of fleeing. Often we see those cases where people are on the interstate going 120 plus miles an hour, weaving around vehicles. It's incredibly dangerous.
You don't have to worry about me. My truck doesn't go that fast. Next question. It'll come back to you, Mr. Leach, now for your answer, okay?
So the sentencing levels are set by statute, and that's a policy level that's up to the legislature to determine. So if sentencing levels should be changed as a whole as to what are the limits to sentencing, that's for you, the people, to decide through your legislature. Legislature then tells me as a judge what the law is. Now, within that parameter, of course, there's recommendations by the state, there's recommendations by the defense counsel or the defendant as to what the appropriate sentence should be in an individual case. And that's how sentences are imposed according to very definite factors and objectives that are given to us as a judge to follow. And so I follow the law by listening to what the parties have to say, by determining what the objective is, whether the most important thing is punishment, deterrence of others, or addressing rehabilitative needs. And I consider the general gravity of the offense as well as mitigating factors that might exist and other factors that we're told. And that's how we come up with sentencing levels. And it all depends on the person and do they have a prior record of this offense. And as that increases, so does the sentence.
Thank you very much. The next question also came up from more than one individual. And for this one, Mr. Leach, you'll start us off. Understanding that it's the state that sets methods by which court vacancies are filled during term rather than during the election process, what method do you believe should exist in the state of Wisconsin for the filling of court vacancies? And recognizing too, it varies by state. It's not strictly a federal statute that drives that.
Well, no, in fact, it's not federal statute at all for us. It is state statute. So you, the people, get to decide how that's done. Currently, we have two methods to get on the bench. When there's a vacancy, we can either leave it vacant, which probably isn't a good idea, especially as you hear about the increasing caseloads here, or you can go through the appointment process. And the appointment process fills that vacancy, but then that position is up for election the very following term. which is where, in my case, where I'm at. So no system is perfect, but the election process has the potential for political influences through partisan politics. Some people think that the appointment process is also influenced by that. So I think both methods that we use are not perfect, but I think that they're the best methods that you find. Alternatively, if you look at the federal system, they're appointed essentially by the president and confirmed then by the Congress, and those are lifetime positions. I think here in Wisconsin, we have an equal balance to address the situation.
Gordon, thank you very much. Grant?
I agree with that. If there was a vacancy and you didn't fill it, again, there's no one to process those cases. And sometimes judges step down. These are 6-year terms, and sometimes judges step down well before their term is ended. And so that would leave somebody or leave a position open for many, many years without there being an appointment to fill that, with reserve judges potentially filling that position. I don't think that's a great way to go about it. So I don't think there's necessarily a problem with the appointee process. I do think there can be politics that come into that, and I also think there can be politics that come into elections as well. I think there are both issues with those. It is the law in our state, and that's what it is. It's not perfect, and it's what we have. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Grant Scaife, you would be answering this question first. And I'm certain that not too many first-year law students sit in their initial courses and go, you know what, I'm going to be a circuit court judge someday. Some do. Some love the appellate process too. But what prompted you to run for public office, knowing appointed and running, so your perspectives will be slightly different. But what prompted you to run for public office, and what unique qualifications would you bring to the position in addition to things you've already mentioned? So on that, Mr. Scaife?
Sure. So every single day I'm in the courtroom, I get to see what plays out in the courtroom. And I can tell you, judges have such a unique and important role in our society. They are the defenders of the Constitution, the most important document ever drafted outside of the Bible, in my opinion. And we need good judges on the bench here in Washington County and all across our state. My career has essentially been in the public service sector. As a prosecutor, and also was in the Corporation Counsel's office for a year, dealing with children in need of protection and service cases, termination of parental rights cases. I loved those roles because you can see the tangible output of your service to the community. You see the impact that you have on victims, you have on parties, people that are in our community, and it's a service position. It's a service job. And judges are service oriented as well. They're here to serve the community and serve the public. And and that's what really attracted me to go for this position. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gordon?
So, as you know, I'm the current judge in this position, so it's my job. I like my job, and frankly, I want to keep it. But what prompted me really, not just to continue to want to do the job, but to be in the position in the first place, is that, I've been practicing for 35 years. I've developed these experiences. I've always viewed a judicial position sort of as executive level management. And you work your way up through the chain of command. You'll learn what you need to know, and you finally reach a point in the career where you can step into that senior level. And I think that's what, being a judge is really like. And so I think that I bring some unique qualifications to it. Specifically, I have, in this race, I have a unique experience in that I've practiced criminal law as both a prosecutor and as a defense counsel. I also have experience in many areas of civil law that I mentioned earlier, where I've represented people on both sides of the issues, and I've represented businesses as well. There's really no other, current judge on the bench right now in Washington County or candidate for this position that has this depth of experience that I can bring to the job and do bring to the job. And frankly, I'm the only judge sitting in the bench here in Washington County or candidate for the position that has served our country. And I view, frankly, when you look at experiences, I view things differently after 30 years of practice than I did after 10 years.
Thank you very much. The next question, I warned you, I might ask one that's not on your list. This one is not, but it's more on the human interest side of things. Could you let the community know what law school you attended, what process you went through in determining that's the law school that you went to. What was your biggest surprise going to law school? And
Would
the
you like me
first
to
person
start?
is going to be Mr. Leach on that.
Okay.
So I went to University of Pittsburgh School of Law. I grew up in Pennsylvania, and I went there really because I love Pittsburgh. I wanted to stay close to home. I knew the area. I knew people that were going there, and it was really a natural choice. So I did come from an undergraduate from Penn State. So some would say that was a cardinal sin to go from Penn State to Pitt, but I did it anyways. I'm not sure about the biggest surprise in terms of, when you get to law school, maybe the cost of it, especially today. But, it's just, I think that you may go to law school thinking you're going to do one thing, then you start learning different areas of the law. You learn different things and perspectives, and it can really change your mind as you begin to understand what the process of the law is. And, I gravitated ultimately to joining the military and becoming a prosecutor in the Marine Corps for my first step. And that's kind of where my path in law school led me.
Mr. Leach, thank you very much. Grant.
Thank you. Thank you. I went to UW-Madison undergrad and then went to UW-Madison for law school. I'm from the state of Wisconsin, so I've been here my entire life, lived in Wisconsin my whole life. I wanted to stay somewhere close to home, close to where all my family was. As far as any surprises that occurred in in law school, I think the biggest surprise for me is when I got there, I didn't envision myself being in the courtroom at all. I didn't think of myself as being some sort of a trial lawyer. I thought of myself, hey, if I become an attorney, I'm going to do contracts or something like that. Nothing where you're in a courtroom every day. I went into their prosecutor project clinic, and then I got to intern in the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office for Sue Opper at the time, and I worked with the current District Attorney Leslie Basie, and I loved it. I love being in court. I love arguing for the state, arguing for standing up for victims. So that was the biggest surprise, that how my vision really shifted from what I thought I was going to do to what I ended up doing today.
Thank you very much. Final question for this evening for you gentlemen. What do you think, and you've touched on some of these, but of the things you haven't touched on, what do you think are the most serious issues facing the courts at this time? And you can speak to the circuit courts or you can speak to the state system, but if you would limit to the states or the circuit court systems. And the first person on this is Grant.
Just the state system in general.
It can be the state judicial system or it can be the circuit court system, either one.
Okay, I think a lack of confidence in our judiciary across the state. I think with things that are going on in our state Supreme Court and all the partisan back and forth shots at one another and some campaigns that we see going on here at our state Supreme Court level, I think a lot of people in our state don't trust our judiciary. And I think that extends to all levels. And that's really disheartening because we cannot trust our judges. Who can we trust? Our judges are there to uphold the law and uphold the Constitution and follow the rule of law. And so I think, particularly given our state Supreme Court races, the confidence in our judiciary has been eroded. And I think that's a significant issue. And I think we have to work to restore that. Thank you.
Mr. Scaife, thank you. Mr. Leach.
So I think that the most serious issues facing the circuit courts, appellate courts, and the Supreme Court is at least the appearance, if not actual lack of judicial independence from the political partisan process. Our politics are dividing this country. The structure of the courts is to be an independent branch. It's structured specifically not to be a partisan position. The election is during the nonpartisan cycle for elections. We need to keep partisan politics out of the judicial campaigns, and we need to keep it out of court. As a trial court judge, I manage a caseload. I make decisions in cases every day. It has nothing to do with politics. I'm not making policy. I am applying the law that's given to me from the legislature as interpreted by the courts. There's no room for politics there. We need to keep those politics out of the courtroom so that people at least know that the judge's decision is based on the law and is not a biased decision.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, we are on to closing comments this evening. And we will go in the same order as we did for the opening comments. Mr. Leach, your closing comments.
Thank you. Thank you. So what I would urge everybody to do is to get informed. Certainly tonight is part of that process, but go out and decide for yourself what's important to you to have on the bench here in Washington County. Learn what you can about the candidates as well. You know, you don't have to rely on what someone else tells you to do or who to vote for. Make your own decision based on what's important to you. You can look at websites, you can look at Facebook, you can try to get out to any forums like this, and there's going to be another one in West Bend next week. So when you look at the judiciary, it's a nonpartisan position. I would urge you, as I just talked about, is to put partisan politics aside and make a decision on who you trust is going to follow the law and be the kind of judge that you want in this community. Qualifications are, again, I've been a prosecutor for many years, been criminal defense attorney, and I've been in civil practice as well. So I'd urge you to consider the variation and the depth of experience that I bring to the bench, as well as my commitment to keeping politics and partisan politics out of not just my campaign, but out of the courtroom as well. So I hope to earn your vote on April 7th. And again, I thank you for coming and listening to us tonight.
Mr. Leach, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dave.
Thank you very much. I think if you want a judge who's committed to protecting this community, making sure this community is safe, following the rule of law, following the Constitution, and who's supported by the overwhelming amount of elected officials and law enforcement in this community, I'm the right candidate in this race. Again, my career has been dedicated to public service, either in the prosecutor's office, the corporation counsel's office. I also worked again in-house at Regalware at Kewaskum, so I do have a breadth of experience. I'd ask voters to look and see also who's supporting who and who's endorsed who, because these are people that either I've worked with or who know me that are supporting me in this race, like 19 of our Washington County Board Supervisors, including we just had Kara Mary up here and Jeff Schleif up here. They're supporting me. 6 of our state representatives, including Dan Knodel, who is here in Germantown. All of our law enforcement associations in this county. Justices that people trust, like Annette Ziegler and Rebecca Bradley. Judge Maria Lazar, who's running for the Supreme Court, supporting me in this race. Josh Schoman, our county executive. Former Governor Scott Walker. So we have, there are a significant amount of people that know what my principles are, what I stand for, that respect what I've done in my career. They think I'd be in the best for this position. And I think my experience and my record, if you look at it, shows that. And so I would humbly ask for your support and your vote on April 7th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to personally thank the candidates. This is not an easy task, going through a elected process, and yet it's also a lot of work to be a judge. So thank you very much for your willingness for the public service and for setting that example, especially in your answers this evening on both people's part. Thanks to the West Bend Chamber for sponsoring and putting this event on. And please, 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 everyone vote. This is a message to the people joining us online, as well as the people who are here in person. Exercise your right to vote. And this is why we have 3 branches of government. And that's why we have a responsibility to make it work. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
And I appreciate that very much so. It's not often that we have,
Right. No.
How that this year was really.
Thank you for having us. Appreciate it. Thank you for that. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Agree with that.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
While you're still-
You have anything more going?
We have more today. We have the school board.
Okay.
So you guys all settled in Trent when you came back here? I live on So you actually have to press them fairly firmly.
Okay.
That time? Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming to the School Board Candidate Forum. My name is Gilletta Kirpin. I'm from the Germantown Chamber. We are very proud to be hosting this event for the benefit of the residents, the candidates, and our businesses. Technology willing, this will be available on the Chamber's Facebook site for up to 45 days. It will be available also on the Village's YouTube channel. The Chamber's mission is to promote, educate, provide resources, events, and networking for our Chamber members and the community. We're a pretty busy Chamber considering how small Germantown is. I encourage you to learn more about our Chamber by coming to our events, visiting us. We're just right over there. We're always willing to take in our residents and talk to them about what's going on in their world. And follow us on social media, check out our website, and yeah, welcome. So I am going to introduce our moderator, Dan Anhalt from Kenneth Enterprises, and that's all for me.
Good evening, everyone. For those joining us online, as well as here in the audience, and welcome candidates, and thank you so much for running for office and taking this opportunity to hear the questions that the community has submitted. And that is a unique part of this process, whereby the community over the last 6, 7, 8 weeks has had the chance to submit questions. We try to include as many as we can. There is a limit on this total amount of time that's available, so we try to get as many of the questions included. Some have been asked more than one question about a similar topic, so we tried to combine those so that most people's thoughts and questions get posed to you this evening. Candidates will have 2 minutes for their opening statements and 2 minutes for their closing statements. You'll have a minute to answer each question, and for the audience's knowledge, candidates received various topics that would be used for the questions, but they're receiving the questions for the first time this evening. And then at the beginning of each question, well, for example, Kim Higginbotham will have the first opportunity to answer the question. We'll have 30 seconds to think about the answer and then start the answering process. And then we'll rotate that opportunity at the beginning of each additional question. Any additional thoughts from the candidates or questions that you'd like to have answered before we begin? There are, we have, as Gilletta pointed out, we have if you turn on your microphone incorrectly, so it's not on, this will go up in the air. If that clock goes down to 0, this will flash up in the air as well. So I encourage you to watch the TV screens a little bit if you can to see how much time you have left for each question. Fair enough? Awesome. Welcome, and again, thank you again. So this evening, Kim Higginbotham, School Board Seat 3, candidate 4. And Kim, if you could start with your opening comments, please.
Okay, good evening. I would like to begin by thanking the Chamber for bringing all the candidates together to share our perspectives, our unique perspectives on the topics submitted by the citizens of Germantown. I also want to thank everyone in attendance tonight, whether you're here to support a candidate or just to listen to our views with an open mind to hear what we have to say. My name is Kim Higginbotham, and I am running for re-election to seat number 3 on Germantown School Board. My motivation for seeking another term is the same as it was 3 years ago. Frederick Douglass said it best. It is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. He probably said it better than I did too, actually. I believe deeply in that truth. A child's sense of worth and self-confidence begins at home, but it is shaped every day by their experiences in school. Those experiences can either strengthen a child, or if we are not careful, they can diminish them. I was selected to be the chair of the Teaching and Learning Committee because of my strong commitment to fostering confidence in our students, not only in their academic abilities, but in who they are as individuals. If re-elected, I will continue the work I have started, always mindful that every decision I make affects each student in Germantown. Building strong children is not just an ideal, it is a responsibility that I take very seriously. Thank you.
Kim, thank you very much. And Utek, also running for School Board Seat 3, if we could have your opening comments.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here tonight to the Chamber of Commerce. I really appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts, to get to know some of you, to meet you. My name is Ann Utek. I'm running for seat 3. I have 4 children in the Germantown School District who are in middle school and then Amy Bell Elementary. So I have a whole lot of background in the younger grades and not so much in the older grades, but I'm really looking forward to learning more about that as my kids get older. Um, I am a small business owner. I started my own business last year, cleaning houses. So I have the opportunity to work with lots of members of various communities and just have a chance to pour into the things that I am passionate about because I am my own boss. I can spend the time doing the things that I want to do. And I decided to run for school board mainly because I have young children right now. And so I've got lots of years coming up where I'm going to be part of the school district. And I care deeply about what is happening in our district and what the education of our children is going to be like. So I just look forward to earning your vote with my comments tonight. If you have any questions, you can always reach out to me. Thank you.
Ms. Utek, thank you very much. Next up, Molly Bussey, School Board seat number 5.
Thanks to everyone attending or listening in, and thank you to the Germantown Chamber for hosting. I'm Molly Bussey. We've lived in Germantown since 2017. We have 3 daughters. Nova's in 6th grade at Kennedy, Cecilia in 4th grade, Ada in 2nd grade, both at MacArthur. I'm an in-house attorney at a investment management firm where my focus is regulatory and compliance matters and corporate governance. Most nights and weekends, we're doing laps around Germantown, getting kids to soccer, basketball, POMs, and everything in between, tossing PB&Js at our kids on their way out the door. When we have free time, we love to grab breakfast at Ivy's or meet friends for a liter at the Stube, donate to the machines at Bub's, or take family walks to Kinderberg. This is our home and a place we have thoroughly enjoyed raising our kids, in large part because of the families, educators, and community members who make Germantown what it is. I'm running for board because I care deeply about the day-to-day experience our kids have in our schools and because the board sets the tone and direction for the district. Families, educators, and taxpayers should all feel informed, respected, and confident that decisions are being made with clear priorities and in a student-first way. Process matters, tone matters, trust matters. My focus is straightforward: clear communication, responsible budgeting, and strong governance. I want decisions explained in plain English, what was decided, how we got there, why it matters, budgets that prioritize classrooms, and measurable goals that hold leadership accountable. I'm running to bring steadiness. I'll do the homework, listen, ask good questions, and keep students at the center so our community can trust not just the decisions we make, but the process we use to make them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Richard Yu, School
Uh,
Board, seat 5.
all
Opening
right.
comments.
Hello, thank you, everyone. Thank you to the Chamber and the moderators for putting on this event. These are a lot of work to put together, and it's really great to see democracy in action. A little bit about myself. My name is Richard Yu. I'm a husband and a dad to 3 kids in the district. Simon, who is a 3rd grader at Rockfield. Harvey, I almost forgot your name there. Harvey, a 6th grader at Kennedy Middle School. And Nora, a freshman in high school. You'll also see a friendly face in the Rockfield Elementary front office because my wife, Kristen, is manning the front lines there. By trade, I'm a software engineer and where I architect and deploy IT infrastructure for a financial services company. But amongst having a full-time job, kids to shuttle to and from activities, and trying to sneak in long overdue date nights, I prioritize giving back to the community that has given so much back to us because it's important to me. So I'm currently the treasurer at the KMS PTA, where this year our organization has provided items like a 3D printer, an anti-bullying seminar, and I can't take credit for all the great dances that the parents have put on. I was president at the Rockfield PTA from 2017 to 2021, which was during COVID. And that was a tough time for all of us, but the generosity of the Rockfield community helped us get through it. We provided a Gaga Ball pit. We put on our Rocktober Fall Festival. And yes, I was our school mascot for many years, Rory the Raccoon. I'm a Leadership Germantown graduate, and I presented the KMS Career Fair hoping to inspire the next generation of software engineers that hopefully will take my place someday. With my desire to learn, to give back, solve problems, community leadership, and being vested in the district, I feel that I am ready and fit to fit to be a part of shaping the district for our kids and our community. Thank you to the individuals that submitted questions, and I look forward to answering them this evening.
Thank you very much. I have to say, listening to most of you talk about your children reminds me how much I don't miss chaperoning. 8th grade dances. That is not one I'll volunteer for again. Other ages, yes, not 8th grade. Thank you very much again. We'll move on to the question stage now. And Kim, you would be first up for this one. This particular question is an amalgamation of several. Communications came up in a number of different pieces of feedback from folks in the Germantown School District. How do you plan to keep citizens informed, and what methods would you use in addition to social media? And that was emphasized in several pieces of feedback. So how do you plan to keep citizens informed, and what methods would you use in addition, to social media? Kim, take the 30 seconds to prep, and others, please be thinking about your responses as well.
It is such a drive in the public today. That is where everybody goes for information. It's readily available. So it is always something that is going to drive communication. Germantown has done a lot as far as they started the podcast, which again is the social media, but it's also getting our scope, our vision out beyond just our district. And I think that is really important. I think we do encourage people to watch the meetings. There's so much information that goes into our meetings. So trying to get the word out just when the meetings are, I think would be important. It's such a tough question because word of mouth, such an unbelievably tough question when that is it's so prominent in our world today. I do believe when you have a good message and people want to share that'll go through word of mouth. I'm running out of time. That's all I got.
Sorry, thank you very much, Ken. So Ann, you're up next. Citizens informed, and what methods would you use in addition to social media?
Sure. I think that's a great question because like Kim said, social media is so prevalent in a lot of people's lives, but we also have to keep in mind that not everybody wants to be on Facebook and not everybody wants to listen to podcasts or watch meetings live. And that's just the reality of being a busy person. So I think the most important thing that school board candidates can do is be visible. Go to the events, be part of the community, take questions, offer answers, offer to talk with people. I also wonder if perhaps setting up a community email sign up where members of the community that want to know what's going on can submit their email, and then those agendas that we have for each of the school board meetings, instead of just being placed on a Facebook page or a website, can be emailed out to those people who are interested. And then they have all of that in advance. And then I also think that transcribing the current recordings of all of the meetings that we have so far would be a great way to make information accessible to everyone, and it would allow them to be searchable so people could find the information that they're looking for.
And thank you very much. Molly, your thoughts on that question? And any of the candidates who would like it repeated, please just ask, okay?
Yep. Yeah, I think this is a big issue. I think communication should be more proactive, straightforward, and definitely easier to digest. I don't think families and community members should have to piece together after the fact what's happening. I don't think it's practical for most people to tune in or attend every committee and board meeting. And, going through like the many PDFs that are posted on the website now, I just don't think that's a good way to handle it. I would be a strong proponent of doing post-meeting summaries, just very brief lists of, what happened and kind of why it matters. Longer term, I would be interested in seeing if we could put together some sort of strategic plan with timelines, and it's posted for the community so they know, here's the calendar of what we're considering and when we'll take action. And progress and objectives could be tracked publicly as well. So everyone would be informed.
Molly, thank you very much. Richard?
Could you repeat the question one more time?
How do you plan to keep citizens informed, and what methods would you use in addition to social media?
Yeah, that's a tough one because social media is such a great way to communicate out to people because it's easily accessible. And I guess I would maybe take a data-driven approach to this and maybe send out a survey to the community to see what ways they like to consume information. We get inundated with YouTube videos, social media posts, emails. So I wonder if there would be a way where we can consolidate communication and like send out like a single email or possibly set up something on the Germantown website where it's kind of a portal where someone can go in there and pull up the news that would be relevant to them. Like for instance, you say I'm 6th grade at this school, and it pulls up all the information related to what's important to you. And as for school board meetings, AI is a big thing now. And in the industry I work in, it can make things a lot easier. So it can do a lot of the summary and transcribing really easily. So that's something that we may want to explore as a district to put in place.
Thank you very much. Moving on to question number 2. Ms. Utek, you'll begin this question for us. What is your understanding of the school district's long-term maintenance and facility plan, and how could it be improved? So again, what is your understanding of the school district's long-term maintenance and facility plan, and how could it be improved?
Well, I'll be the first to admit that I don't know a whole lot about the long-term plan for maintaining, but I think that it is so important that we keep the buildings that we have in good repair so that they can continue to be used for many years. We don't have to go to referendum to get a better high school or middle school or elementary school, that we can maintain the buildings that we have. So I would be very interested in seeing more. I mean, I have looked at, the operational expenses and the projects that are upcoming, but I'm not really sure how that exactly relates overall to the big scope of maintaining the buildings long term. I would want to make sure that we're being proactive and not reactive to problems. And I would like to see a standard across all of the buildings, especially in the elementary schools, because we have 4 of them. They should all have a similar level of maintenance, and so that there's not any perceived slight to one school or another.
Thank you very much. Molly, you're up.
Yeah, like Anne, I would be the first to admit this is not my area of expertise. I am not intimately familiar with the current plan. I vaguely aware that we have one, and the idea being to maintain now to avoid larger costs later, which makes sense to me. If elected, I would be eager to dig in and learn more about it and see how I can help improve it.
Thank you very much. Richard?
Yeah, so I believe the district had a comprehensive facilities assessment that was done about this time last year. So with that one, I think we hired a vendor to come in and we identified the areas that needed to be addressed in the near future and distant future. From there, the timing and priority were assessed for each one of those items, and from that came the 5-year capital improvement plan. So let's keep with the priority so we can address them before they become problems. And let's continue to perform the maintenance and inspections on the critical systems. But with that, we need to expect the unexpected. We can't predict the future, and things will fail unexpectedly. But when that does happen, let's fix it, and more importantly, let's prevent it from happening again. But let's also keep ourselves financially safe from that. These are the types of things that can compromise a budget. So let's stay out of fund balance, if possible, to fund these. That was meant for our day-to-day operations. It's not to say don't use it, but keep a buffer in there so we can absorb these unexpected expenses. And let's continue to increase Fund 40, the capital expenditures budget. I believe we're increasing it $50,000 a year. Let's keep doing that until $700,000 is our goal.
Thank you, Richard. Kim, bring us home on this question.
Okay, so maintaining safe, functional, and efficient facilities is obviously essential to the school district. Under Frank Lord, our supervisor of buildings and grounds, the board does receive regular updates on work orders, priorities, and completion timelines so that we can keep abreast of what's going on in the district. We've also started up, since I've been on the board, is having the building tours. So it's open to the public, so the public can come and see all of our facilities and point out if they have any concerns. We also have that 5 years facility schedule, and those were based off of 2 studies, one by J.P. Cullen that did a condition study of all of the buildings, and then we also did a space utilization assessment by PRA Architects. These studies guide responsible budgeting and help us anticipate future needs. They also inform our decision to commission M.Day Roffers to conduct a district growth assessment, which is also important to our future building plans for the district. So what we've done with those is be able to prioritize the things that need to be done immediately. It's also showed us what we can do in-house versus contracting out, to be very watchful of what we're doing with our taxpayer money.
Kim, thank you very much. Ms. Bussey, you will be the first on the next question. What do you think about the school board's recent decision to leave elementary start and end times unchanged in light of the survey results that occurred? And you have the 30 seconds to put your thoughts together or start immediately if you're
Yeah, no,
prepared.
this is one that hits close to home. So we had to adjust back when it was initially changed, and I feel like we're one of the families most affected being at MacArthur. So I mean, we had to adjust when it was changed. When I completed the survey, I think I indicated I'd be happy leaving it because at this point I don't want to adjust back. It's a struggle, especially now having a kid at Kennedy and then 2 at Mac, to have that big leg. My husband and I are fortunate enough to both have very flexible work schedules where we can make it work, but not everyone is in that situation. So I definitely understand not everyone is lucky enough or fortunate enough to be able to make that schedule work.
Thank you for your thoughts. Richard, you?
Yeah, so I think the school district made its decision, I mean, based on data. So the survey was sent out and feedback was collected on that. But I did hear from some constituents and other people that they felt the survey wasn't worded very well, or it wasn't, or there wasn't a place to put comments. And whether that's true or not, I feel that if that might be an item for improvement in the future, where we can find a different forum to collect some of that information. Some of the questions may have been worded in a way where people didn't know how to understand them or how to answer them correctly. But we did what we did with the information we have. So I think we have to stick with what was there unless we want to reevaluate it again.
Richard, thank you very much. Kim Higginbotham.
So in every decision that a board has to make, they have to take multiple issues into account. So you do have the change that can affect students' time on the bus. You can have the stress to families over changes. And I've always said there's 2 sides to every coin. Some are going to like it, some aren't. And you aren't going to be able to appease everybody. And so in the long run, you're making the best choice for the students. And I do believe that once the students are and the families are used to the schedule at hand, it is hard for some families to all of a sudden have to make the change. So again, I think it's a matter of you're not going to be able to agree on every decision. So you take all of the information that you receive from the people on the board, the people in the community that it affects, and just make the best decision possible. And I think once families are used to what's already there, I think it's important sometimes to keep that.
I agree with everyone else that the surveys are important to making long-term decisions in the district, that we need to have community input because that is affecting everyone. And I think that the board made the decision based on the information that they had. Again, with Richard, I heard from other people that they didn't feel the survey was worded in a way that made sense or that was allowing them to really give in what their actual input was. I mean, nobody wants to see something on there that says, would you be willing to spend X number of dollars more and think about potentially seeing your taxes change or where's that money coming from and that sort of thing. But I think as long as we are taking the public's opinion into account and we are using that to make our decision for the majority, like Kim said, we're never going to make everyone happy, but we do the best we can with the information that we have. It's kind of like negotiating with your kids on what's going to be for dinner tonight.
My son's an attorney. I've lost those arguments since he was 4 years old, but thank you for your thoughts on that. On to question 4. And question 4, Mr. Yu, you'll begin this question for us. And question 4 is, what should the process be? And this brings up social media again, but in a different light. What should the process be to address social media posts by special interest groups that target Germantown School District or its staff? And please take the 30 seconds to compose your thoughts.
I think with this one, we have to remind people that there are people that have their opinions and they will express them in whatever way they want. I mean, we can't stop the public from expressing what their opinions and concerns are. I guess how I would approach this is that I don't know if there's a way that these people have a way to reach out to the district to be able to express their opinions in a safe way where there wouldn't be any retribution or retaliation or getting exposed. Let's be honest, if you have a concern, and you're going to some district administrator or someone on the school board, is that a safe place to share that? And I think maybe we would start with trying to create these safe spaces for people to share that information.
Thank you very much. Kim, you're up next.
So I would say first, develop really thick skin because obviously, you're not going to be popular with everybody. But I think the best way to counter social media posts is one, to not be argumentative. And the best way is just to come up with facts. So things that are provable to the public, that you can say if something is obviously incorrect. If it's an opinion, you can't fight opinions for the most part. You can always, all you can do is look at the post. What is the basis of that post, and how can I figure out a fact that can combat it? That way it takes away there's no argument when you can support yourself with facts that are reliable.
Thank you, Kim. Anne?
I have a lot of respect for everyone who has had to be on the receiving end of some of those combative posts. But I think it's a First Amendment right issue. You have the right to say what they want to say, and it is our right to decide how we want to respond to that. Like Kim said, sticking to facts, not getting argumentative or having a knee-jerk reaction to some of those posts will go a long way towards just kind of calming down the rhetoric. I think that I agree that you can't fight opinions, and to look for the facts that you can share, because the facts are what the public is relying on us to be transparent with and trustworthy with. And so if we can stick to the facts to meet any of those issues, then that's the best thing that we can do going forward.
Thank you, Anne. Molly?
Yeah, so I think, as I mentioned in the first communications question, I think communication is a big problem, and I know for sure families don't feel like they receive enough of it. I do think, however, the board can address the need for that communication will help alleviate this problem. The more information coming from the school board directly will leave less up to question and interpretation by these Facebook groups. The information coming from the school board would be facts. And if we're being clear about the decisions we're making, why we're making them, how we got there, it's harder to target that activity if you're very clear about those things. I think information coming from special interest groups necessarily has spin to it, but to the extent that the board itself is not providing digestible summaries of what they're doing, and your only source for that type of information is a Facebook group, that's what people are going to read. People have limited time. That's what they're going to take in. So the more of that the board itself can do, I think would help to address this issue.
Molly, thank you very much. Kim, you'll begin this next question. Excuse me. Yes, Kim, you'll begin this next question. And this came from two people as two different sources as well. And the question is, if residents don't use the school bus system, should they receive a discount on their property taxes? In other words, couples without children and seniors. And in both, they cited some data that I was able to fact check on one particular one about other states that have arrangements like this. And there are about 16 states in the United States that have some kind of discount for seniors in particular, as opposed to just couples without children. So I add that in just to let you know that I did check and see if does that even exist out there before posing it. So Kim, if you would like the 30 seconds, by all means do so.
So I'm going to say this about that. I believe strong kids build strong communities. And I think anybody that is part of the community would see that supporting our children, whether it's in taxes or anything else, that is important. I think there's a lot of misconceptions on how the board has control over taxes. Obviously, there are some exceptions, but I think if we all want this to be a strong community, that we buy into, paying taxes. I don't have children in the school district anymore, but I believe in supporting the schools. I believe that is a part of whether you had kids, will have kids, have children that kids. We are all part of this district. And if you are paying the taxes, then you also have a little bit of say into what is going on in the schools. I think you buy into the district if you are actually paying taxes. So I think it is important to we pay taxes and we support our school district.
Thank you, Kim. Anne, you're up next on this question.
I don't know how much of our taxes actually go to paying for busing specifically. So I'm not even really sure that something like that would be a huge change in anyone's taxes or not. But I agree that community members need to buy into the district that they are living in, whether that is through supporting them with taxes, whether it is helping to teach our students in an after-school program where they can go and work in a business and learn skills, whether it is driving the buses or taking your kids to all of the activities that they are in. Everybody needs to be involved in caring about what happens in our school district. I'd love to see Germantown be a destination school district. There's no reason that this wonderful community that we live in can't be a community that keeps most of its students. There's no reason for families to want to look outside of Germantown if we can show them that this district is motivated and all in as a community on making sure that we are the best school district for their children.
Anne, thank you much. Ms. Bussey.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I would be interested to look at the data and the feasibility of this, and like Ann said, what the actual impact would be. At the end of the day, though, I agree, quality schools bring people to the community and, add value to properties in the long term.
Thank you. Richard?
Yeah, so I think we're all in agreement that we want to keep Germantown a great community, and having really strong schools is a part of that. But you can make the same argument that I don't use any of the parks, so I shouldn't have to pay any of the park taxes. I think we as a community, we're in it together. So let's all contribute to the pot and just have our elected members determine where best to go. That also has citizen input on that as well.
Thank you much. Ms. Utek, you will be first on this next question. And how would you address the school tax rates in the village while still meeting the needs of the education community? So again, how would you address the school tax rates in the village while still meeting the needs of the educational community?
I think at the end of the day, our budget needs to be managed in a way that we are fiscally responsible. We can't spend more than what we have, and nobody wants to think about getting their taxes raised. That's not going to make any friends of the community and want them to support us if we are saying we need to raise taxes for stuff. So let's invest in the things that we need to invest in. Absolutely. But let's do it within the budget that we have with the money that we have. I think our tax rate is around half of the taxes go to the actual school district itself. So I think that that is giving the district money to work with. There shouldn't be a whole lot of problem. But again, I would very much look forward to seeing the full budget laid out with all of the money that we have coming in and all of the money that we have going out, and just be able to see where our money is going and be transparent with that with our community.
Very good. Thank you, Ann. Molly?
Yeah, so I think the board needs to make sure we're spending responsibly. I think the starting point is what's in the best interest for the kids. From there, rigorous, transparent process, plan ahead, evaluate impacts and benefits, short and long term. Take a look at the alternatives, trade-offs, bottom line, spend responsibly, plan ahead, and just communicate honestly.
Thank you, Ms. Bussey. Mr. Yu.
All right, I'll have to admit, I don't know a lot about how the tax rates or how the taxes work in the village. I technically live in Germantown, but we are we are in the Germantown School District. But I think with this one, I think maybe a little bit of transparency to show the village residents of where the taxes are going, and seeing and asking the residents, are these meeting your needs? If they're not, then, we're going to have to do something to raise taxes to cover the needs. But if not, maybe we can make some compromises there and work with the village board, determine what the best course of action is.
Thank you very much. Kim?
As a board, you have to be committed to fiscal responsibility. So we, in Germantown, continue to operate with a balanced budget, reducing the need for referendums and avoiding unnecessary burdens to our taxpayers. There is a misconception, I believe, as how the board has any control over our tax rate. We have, the state actually sets a tax revenue limit. From that, the tax, we find out what the state will fund us, and then the rest of it is what the taxpayer end up paying, and that would be your tax levy. After that, the mill rate is just an expression of that amount that we're going to have to pay. It's $1,000 of assessed property value. So because the school board does not, besides keeping us from referendum, we have to be very responsible on how we spend that. So at our finance committee meetings, it is very forthright and transparent on every dollar that we spend. They ask questions on anything that doesn't make sense. So we are very open and transparent about how we spend money.
Thank you very much. Excuse me, Ms. Bussey, you'll be the first for the next question. What prompted you to run for public office, and what unique qualifications would you bring to the position?
Yeah, so I decided to run because I care about our kids and I care about how decisions get made. I want families and taxpayers to feel informed and confident in our board and our schools. I bring a mix of education and policy training, legal analysis, and the perspective of a parent with kids in the district. In my day job, I spent a lot of time sorting through complicated information, contracts, regulations, details, and engaging with the right people to figure out the issues and how to best solve them. Those skills would be an asset for this board. I think we need steady, transparent leadership, and I would love to use my strong governance background to help set the right tone and direction for our board and district.
Thank you very much. Richard?
Yeah, well, when my daughter started elementary school, I wanted to get involved and started volunteering. And at that time, a few people mentioned at the time that I should run for school board, but I really wasn't interested in continued helping out at the local school level. But then over the years, I got more comfortable with the inner workings of the school district. I understood whom to talk to and how to get things done. So this past fall, things fell into place where my unique qualifications came to light. I have a child in the elementary, middle, and high school, and I'm getting firsthand knowledge of what they're experiencing. I built relationships with staff and parents through volunteering, as well as leading a PTA. That gave me the community leadership skills, as well as understanding district policies and procedures. And actually, after 3 years of training in martial art, I gained the emotional and mental capacity to handle being a public servant. One more person recently suggested I run, and that was the catalyst for me taking the next step. And here we are.
Thank you very much. We enjoyed that comment. Thank you. Kim, you are up next.
So I am running for reelection as I believe that since I've been on the board, there have been a lot of very positive changes made to the district. We've worked hard in the Teaching and Learning Committee to bring curriculum across all of the schools so that the teachers have a better chance at being able to collaborate with each other for better outcomes for our children. I think as far as I'm confident, I can be tenacious. If you ask anybody that's ever had a conversation with me, if I believe in something, yeah, ask anybody. When I believe strongly in something, I will fight for it. And I think believing that, my kids are no longer in the district. So why do this? Because again, I believe in strong community. I believe, kids bring strong communities. And this is my way to be able to impact that. So my work here is not done, and I would like to continue bringing a strong curriculum and just be able to keep impacting the district through my service to the board.
Thank you, Kim. Anne, finish this question up for us.
Like I've mentioned, I am mom to 4 kids in the district right now. So that is my driving force as to why I'm doing this. I've been involved with the PTA at Amy Bell for several years, and I have been president of the PTA for the last 3 years, 1 more year on my term. So I have a lot of background working with the teachers, working with the staff and the principal at Amy Bell, and I would like to continue to be able to do that across the board, like not just with Amy Bell, but with all of the schools. And I would like to keep doing that. My kids are really young. I've said that before, but my kids are young. I have 18 years in this district left before my youngest son graduates from high school. And I want to ensure that I'm part of the process and investing in his future and the future of all of the children that are here in the Germantown School District.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yu, you'll be starting the next question, and I'm going to paraphrase this question because it was brought up by several individuals actually in portions of their questions that were posed. But if you could reflect on your own, everyone has life outside of school board and work and jobs and conflicts that could arise with that, not necessarily from a time standpoint, but are there limitations that you can think of that would reflect on your ability to be a school board member? And if those would arise, the real question is, how would you address those? How would you handle those types of things where you've identified a potential topic or issue you might have to, I'll use the term, recuse yourself from?
Sure. That's a really good question. So I work in financial services, and we have a compliance department that is great. So we work really closely with them. In fact, they kind of working with them for this particular role. And I don't think there are going to be many limitations with where my involvement would be. I don't believe there will be many places where I would have to abstain from some of the votes. But luckily, from a time perspective, I know that wasn't part of the question, but luckily my employer is very flexible. And if I need to take some time off to help, the school out or to volunteer somewhere, I can devote time to that. But I don't think it would be impactful to my role in the school board.
Mr. Yu, thank you. Ms. Higginbotham.
So by trade, I am a lineman. I work on the power lines. So the biggest thing is when big storms roll through, that is the big, do I take the storm or do I go to the school board meeting? And so far, I've made a commitment to the school board meeting. So that really is the biggest, I think, in my life. And so there really isn't any kind of conflict as far as what I would be or not be able to vote on. The only thing potentially that did come up is my son at one point was helped with the wrestling coaches. He was an athlete here quite a few years ago, but that would have been the only thing that that would kind of conflict in my life at this point without having children in the district or family that I would have to have an issue with. So hopefully maybe comes back to wrestling coach sometime and I will recuse myself at that point.
There you go. Thank you, Kim. Anne,
I think that the biggest strength that I have is I have an amazing partner in my husband, Mike. He is totally willing to step up to the plate and take over running the household when I am busy with meetings and needing to be on the school board stuff. If there was anything that would come up that would require more of my time, that was something we absolutely talked about before I decided to start this journey into running for school board, because it's a dual effort. It's not just me. Somebody has to keep the household running. And as far as employers, I'm my own boss. So I am very able to make my hours flexible to meet the needs of any situations that might arise. I don't see any major conflict of interest there. I am PTA president at Amy Bell, and I would like to continue that role for the duration of my term, which is 1 more year. And I have an amazing group of parents that surround me there that are willing to take on more work to take up for some of the things that I won't be able to head up as I have been doing so far in the past.
thank you, Anne. Ms. Bussey.
Yeah, so I work for an investment management firm. We are a very heavily regulated industry. There are pay-to-play rules, and they apply even at this local level. So I actually had to pre-clear all of my contributions that I make to myself for my own campaign. I have to pre-clear them through my employer. If elected, I would not be able to recommend that we invest in any assets that are managed by my employer. And I also would not be able to attend any financial committee meeting where action is being considered with respect to products managed by my employer. But those would be the only things.
The evening before we go to closing comments. And Kim, you would be starting off the last question for the evening. How do you measure, or how would you measure success for the school district? So how would you measure success for the school district? And by all means, take the 30 seconds we prescribed earlier.
I think there's multiple ways, obviously, to measure success in a district. First of all, is keeping our students in our seats and having them not look elsewhere for going to an outside school. It means that we are strong in curriculum. I think that is also a measure of success. How our students do after graduation, how they do take the test scores, how prepared are they? We have the portrait of the graduate that helps us see how our students are doing along the way to make sure that they are ready. And I think that is the measure of the greatest success, is how our children do once they leave our walls. It means that through their whole academic career, we have supported them. We have made them understand who they are, what they're looking for. And I think that's the biggest driver of success. When we bring other students in from outside the district, when we become a district that people want to move here because they say that is where I want to be, because I know my student is getting the best education and the best chances for their future.
Thank you, Kim. Anne, you're up to bat.
I think that there are, like Kim said, many ways that you can measure the success of a school district. I feel like graduation rates is kind of a no-brainer. If the majority of the people that are coming into our school are graduating, then we're doing something right. So I think that's a really good place to start. I also think community involvement is really important. Is our community showing up to support the plays that the high school is putting on? Are they coming to the sporting events? Are people buying into the actual school district itself? And then I think parent and staff and administration satisfaction is really a good measure of a school district as well. Are parents happy here? Do they want to keep their kids going to the Germantown School District? Are they interested in looking elsewhere? Do the teachers want to stay here? Are they being compensated in a way that makes them feel like their contributions matter? And then bringing in new families is also important. Like Kim said, if we are a district where people want to bring their kids to Germantown to come to our schools, that's the best measure of success that any district can possibly have.
Thank you, Anne. Ms. Molly Bussey.
I think we need to define this exact question. I mentioned earlier, I think we need to come up with a strategic plan that identifies what are those areas that we define as success for our district and how are we measuring those? So is that teacher attention, student achievement, all of those items that Ann mentioned? I think we need to sit down and make it a plan, identify timelines and how we're measuring each of those items.
Thank you. Mr. Richard Yu.
Yeah, so schools are preparing our children, for what they're going to do after school. So obviously, when they're, in school, we use test scores to measure how well they're doing. But also, getting feedback from the community it would be good too. I'm not sure what methods we have now, but ultimately, the students and the families are customers of the school district. And to echo what the other people have said, like enrollment numbers can be telling of, how successful we are as a district as well. Yeah, so like maybe we could figure out why are there so many, kids going to private schools or choosing not to come to the school district. That could be an indicator of, how well we're doing by how many people are coming in.
Mr. Yu, thank you. Kim Higginbotham, School Board Seat 3 candidate, your closing comments, please. Thank you.
As I seek the opportunity to continue serving on the school board, I remain firmly committed to the belief that building strong students is the foundation for building strong communities. Every decision I've made and every decision I will continue to make centers on supporting academic excellence, responsible stewardship of resources, and a learning environment that reflects the values and expectations of our families. Over my term, I've worked to strengthen the systems that help students thrive and to ensure our district remains a place where educators feel supported and students feel safe, challenged, and prepared for the future. I am proud of the progress we have made together, and I'm dedicated to continuing this work with professionalism, transparency, and a clear long-term vision. I respectfully ask for your vote so we can keep building strong students and in turn a stronger community for everyone.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ann Utek, School Board Seat 3 candidate, your final comments.
I am passionate about our school district, and I am passionate about making sure that our children are set up to be the best versions of themselves when they leave our high school. I want to see Germantown School District be a top choice school in the area. I want people to want to move here, to go to our schools, and to experience the wonderful community that we have. I look forward to learning more throughout this process and to expanding my knowledge of the workings of Germantown School District. And I respectfully ask for your vote on April 7th.
Thank you very much. Ms. Molly Bussey, School Board Seat 5 candidate.
So thanks again to the chamber and everyone here tonight. Germantown is home for my family, and I care a lot about keeping our schools strong and steady for our kids. If elected, I'll listen, I'll work respectfully with others, and I'll communicate decisions clearly so families and taxpayers understand not just what was decided, but why. I think the board needs to be a partner with the community. I think it needs to engage more with educators, families, and the community. I think an effective board is one made up of different people with different skill sets and different perspectives. People don't have to agree on every outcome, but we should be able to agree on the process, transparency, respectful dialogue, and decisions that are grounded in data and aligned to clear goals. I want our community to feel proud of our schools and confident in the leadership behind them. I would be honored to earn your vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Richard Yu, School Board Seat 5 candidate, your final comments.
Yeah, I have the utmost respect for what the school board has achieved at this point, but now I would love the opportunity to work hard for the community and be a trusted school board member that the Germantown families, school staff, volunteers, and taxpayers have confidence in. My family is all in for Germantown. With kids in the elementary, middle, and high school, we aren't just here for the moment, we are here for the long haul. With my years of PTA volunteering and my family's involvement in the district, that gives us a firsthand look of what's working and where we can improve. And that allows me to lead with a heart for our students and a deep respect for our educators. In anticipation of being elected, I've actually gone back, watched, and reviewed each board meeting as well as every committee meeting since 2023. I was drawn in because I wanted to do my due diligence to understand past and current issues facing the district. So if today I need to make a decision on voucher approvals, curriculum updates, staff contracts, 5-year capital improvement plans, all the way to air handlers and policy update recommendations, I'll be effective on day one. I'm looking forward to hearing from staff, parents, the community, and even kids about what's going well. And just as important, if not more important, what's not going well, and provide the safe spaces for anyone to share what they want without fear of retribution, retaliation, and exposure. And that's when we make a difference. Our PTAs and local nonprofits hold a special place in my heart because they provide so much for our schools. I look forward to working closely with these groups to ensure that they have the resources they need to keep providing amazing experiences for our kids. You can count on my full support as we collaborate in getting the new playground equipment that our children deserve. I respectfully ask for your vote on April 7th. And if I earn that vote, I will show you what this district and community are truly capable of. Thank you.
Mr. Yu, thank you very much. I first of all want to thank the candidates. This is not an easy process to go through, whether you're an incumbent or whether or not you're running for office for the first time. So it can be a little mind numbing at some points as you consider questions. I especially want to thank the Germantown community for proactively sending in the questions. This is always a wonderful opportunity to demonstrate how democracy works, number one. And number two, for candidates to get a feeling for the kinds of things that community members see as being important. If we could have a round of applause both for our candidates and for our audience. Thank you again, and I'll say it for the third time this morning or this evening. Please vote. Thanks. Combine some of the questions. But to ask you what more three. Thanks.
Welcome, everybody. We're about ready to start the Village Board Candidate Forum. Thank you for being here. Thank you, everyone who's watching online today or later. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Gilletta from the Germantown Chamber. We are proud to be hosting this candidate forum, and it benefits the residents, the businesses, and also the candidates. So technology willing, all these will be, this recording will be available on the Village's YouTube page, also on the Chamber's Facebook Live for like 45 days, I believe it is now. But just a little bit about the Chamber. Our mission is to promote, educate, provide resources, events, and networking for our Chamber members and the community. We're pretty busy, always stuff going on. I encourage you to learn more about the Chamber. Come pay us a visit. We're just across the street. Visit our website, follow us on social media, ask questions if you have them. We're here for the community and our businesses, and stop by anytime. So I want to introduce Dan Anhalt. Well, sorry. I want to introduce Lynn Gergich, who's hiding behind here. She is the official timekeeper, so we appreciate her. She's so quiet, I forgot about her. So thank you to Lynn for being here as well. So I want to introduce Dan. He is our moderator. He's been doing it for us for a while now. He comes back every year, and we're grateful for that. But we're on our last session, and we'll start it on up.
Thanks. I didn't even have coffee. Circuit Court judges were here earlier for candidates. We had school board, and we're having the village trustees right now. And I just missed the supervisors, the county board supervisors were here. They were here until they had to run out and get to the county board meeting, which started at 6 o'clock. So we're glad that they were here as well. So now we're going to start this, the last session with the village board trustees. So thank you very much for being here. And for the audience's knowledge, we did a debrief with the candidates so they understand how all the questions work. A reminder that all the questions have been submitted by community residents. Some of the questions have been combined so that similar questions aren't being asked repeatedly, but trying to keep in the true nature of the questions from each candidate as well. One of the candidates, Dennis Myers, is not able to be here this evening, but did ask that we read a brief statement for him. I'm very sorry that I will not be able to attend the candidate forum. I would like to thank those who are in attendance or online for taking time in their lives to be here this evening. And finally, to Gilletta Kirkman from the Chamber of Commerce for sponsoring the candidate forum this evening. So thank you for having us take care of that this evening. The format, as we had discussed earlier, will begin with opening statements. We'll begin with Mr. David Baum, for Village Board District 1 candidate. Candidates have 2 minutes for their opening statement, and then the answers to the questions will be 1 minute in length with a pause at the beginning of each question for the first time it is read, so the candidates can look at what their answers might be to it. A change this year is that the candidates did not have the questions in advance. They had the topics that the questions fell within, but they did not receive the actual questions until just before this began. Thank you very much for everyone attending. And if we could go ahead and begin with Mr. David Baum, opening statements.
Good evening. My name is David Baum. I've been the trustee for District 1 for the past 18 years. I would like to thank those who are hosting our event tonight for putting this on. And I'd like to thank the residents for coming out to see just what we are all about. The reason I got into politics to begin with, my mother-in-law. So you all know, my mother-in-law got me into this. 25 years ago, she volunteered me for the very first Historic Preservation Commission group that we had. I went to that first meeting, was greeted by the village president and the village trustee in attendance, and they told all the residents that they will never have to pay taxes again. I turned to them and said, "You are misinforming our residents. That is not the way it happens." I have been fighting misinformation ever since. The reason I'm running for office again is because I see this resurgent of misinformation coming out. I'm seeing more and more stuff that is incorrect being posted on social media, being spread by people who think they know the information but don't. I want to get the information back out to our residents. The other issue that I want to focus on is there's a great opportunity coming before us. There is development opportunity that is waiting in the wings. We are on the cusp of doing it. I have been moving these things forward for the past 8 years. Slowly but surely, we are getting traction on these things. I would like to continue that, and I would like to finish it off and see that these developments do come to fruition. Thank you very much.
Mr. Baum, thank you very much. Next candidate, Scott Heffley for Village Board District 1. Your opening comments, sir.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the chamber and Mr. Anhalt for the great work putting it on, and also the residents here. Who's Scott Heffley? Well, I'm a family man, 32-year resident of Germantown, married my college sweetheart, been married over 30 years, 2 grown children, both Germantown graduates, go Warhawks. I'm also a wealth manager with a finance degree and 27 years experience helping clients achieve financial and personal goals. I'm a man with a passion for community service. I'm engaged residents. I serve on 2 commissions. I serve on village appointed resident on utility advisory and also on the Economic Development Commission, which I've spent 2 and 3 years on those. I've been attending meetings for over 4 years to try to understand what's going on in the village. And I make comments frequently at citizen comments, and I have learned how the village operates and what they do. So people ask the question, Scott, why are you running? Well, you know what? Like a lot of people, I was asked to. Side note on that, my father was a town commissioner in the town of Grafton for 12 years. That was a long time ago. He's an old man, but I think maybe that was in the blood in the family. So I am carrying on that torch, as it were. But really what I think there is, I heard opportunity mentioned earlier. Yes, it is, but we also have big issues in the village. Through actions taken and not taken in the last 20 years, we have a lot of deferred maintenance projects, needed housing, building projects. We have a ton of borrowing coming our way. How do we maneuver that? How do we manage that? You know how you do it? Somebody like myself with a financial background. We desperately need a financial person to look at everything and figure out where we're at and help guide and help everybody understand what it means for all of us. We have 95 million in debt and climbing, all right? So this is not going to happen in a vacuum. The bad news is your taxes are going up. But the good news is we can manage how we do that and we can work through it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heffley. Next on the list for opening comments is Ms. Alicia Mir-Marwood.
Thank you. Good evening to you and to everyone that is here that participated in organizing the candidate forum tonight. Thank you. Thank you for your, those of you who are here in support of one of us, and those of you who are watching at home. My family and I moved to Germantown more than 20 years ago, and what drew us here is the same thing that keeps us here. It's a community where neighbors know each other, where family put down roots, and people take pride in their home, in their schools, and in their local businesses. My husband and I raised our daughters here, and like many families in Germantown, our lives have become deeply connected to this community and the friendships we've built along the way. Professionally, I work in commercial real estate in property management, and I've been doing that since college. Through that work, I've gained practical experience with facilities maintenance and operations, capital improvements, budgeting, and the type of long-term planning that helps properties and communities thrive. Over the years, I've developed an appreciation for how important thoughtful local leadership is to a community like Germantown. Village-level decisions shape how our community grows and functions. I believe those decisions should always be guided by careful planning, responsible stewardship of village resources, and clear communications. I'm running for village trustee for District 2 because as Germantown further develops, the decisions we make today will shape the village for years to come. I want to do my part to ensure that growth is smart and sustainable, supporting strong public services, responsible budgeting, local businesses, and the neighborhoods that make Germantown a special place to live.
Thank you, Ms. Marwood. Next up, Mr. Jim Stout, candidate Village Board District 2. Your opening comments, please, sir.
I'm Jim Stout. I was born and raised here in Germantown. I was born and raised on the farm north of Freistadt on Goldendale. The farm has been in my family for 78 years. My grandpa and my mom and my uncle bought the farm in 1948. We've been a major part of the village of Germantown for a very long time, for a lot of generations. My grandpa's family on my mom's side homesteaded what is now Homestead Hollow County Park. When my Uncle Vesti and Uncle Teddy were done farming, then my dad rented that land, and I remember plowing those fields any number of times. We were very involved at St. Boniface. The bell tower of St. Boniface is donated by my family in memory of my uncle, who was a priest's son of St. Boniface. On the bottom of the bell tower is my family's name is engraved. We were very involved there. My mom and dad were the first couple married in the new church on December 26, 1955. I bought the farm from my dad in 2003, and I've been working the farm along with a construction business, residential construction business, since then. I never in my wildest dreams had any political aspirations. But I feel as though it's time for me to take a chance and step forward and look towards being elected to this position. I have lots more to say, but I have 1 second.
There'll be a lot more opportunity, Jim. And then last on the opening comments, Ms. Jolene Pieper.
Hello, I am Jolene Pieper. I am the current village trustee for District 3. I am getting close to completing my second 3-year term with the village of Germantown, and I'm throwing my hat in the ring to do one more 3-year term. About me, well, first off, I want to thank Gilletta. There's a lot of people out there who don't know who Gilletta is and everything that she does behind the scenes and for our Germantown and community and surrounding. Thank you, Gilletta. I was born and raised in Germantown. I actually live in the same subdivision that I was born and raised in, a couple houses down from my childhood house. When I was living in that childhood house, my dad was actually trustee in the same district, so he sat in my spot. I learned a lot from him growing up, and he also served on the Police and Fire Commission, and I remember him coming home from late night meetings like I do now to my children. I have 5 children that all live in Germantown. Yes, all under my roof. And they attend Germantown schools. I am invested in Germantown greatly. I want to see Germantown become great again. What I remember growing up in this village, I think we can get back there where we're proud to say that we're from Germantown and we actually make something of this village for generations to come, that our children, our grandchildren will be thankful that we made those changes. I also repurposed the Economic Development Committee. It's never met. I changed the structure of it and its goals and purpose. And now Jan Miller leads that. And time's up.
Thank you very much, Julian. The first question, and David, you'll be the first one to answer this particular one, stems around economic development and was posed in one format or another by several community members. And it is, how can we diversify the type of new development and in particular redevelopment in the village to include shops, restaurants, and community spaces with the vacant land that exists instead of development similar to warehouse facilities that are seen along the 4145 corridor? So feel free to take the 30 seconds initial time.
we're good.
Unless you're ready to go.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
We have actually been working on these concepts for 8 years now, I believe. We have talked to businesses on Main Street as to what they would like to see to spur more development there. We have started to venture out into the village center concept design. That is definitely something that we wanted to bring forward, the retail aspect to. What we had talked about and what we had envisioned, me and the village board, was a effort to bring more residential into that central business area, which stabilizes and rebuilds the business climate, which would then, the residential then brings the retail and the commercial aspect into the area. So unless you have the first part of the growth of the residential, the retail struggles to survive. So we wanted to re-bolster our residential aspects downtown.
Thank you, Dave. Scott, you're up next on the same question. And a reminder that if candidates at any point would like the question reread, feel free to ask that, okay?
Well, first of all, development is necessary to help this village continue to grow. However, what's been missing in the process is actually good input from the people that live here that want to see how their village will develop. It's easy for people, a small group of people, to just say, well, this is what we want. But we have never really truly had a way to let the people who live here, who are invested in Germantown, their talk, their time in the sun, their ability to let us know what they want, because it's not a small group of people's village. This is the village of all of us. This is the village of 21,000 people, and they have not had a voice. And I think that starts with a voice. What do you want? Now, efforts are finally going in that direction, which is awesome. We will see what the people want, and then we will match that up to what can happen here. But I think it has to start with community. We have to ask people, why are you living here? What do you want? What do you want your kids? And this village has not done a good job of that, but I hope that's about to change. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Alicia.
I think all of us want growth that fits the character of Germantown. And we need to establish what our long-term vision will be while strengthening our tax base to reduce the burden on residential taxpayers. Our village board needs to be cohesive and predictable so that people want to come here and bring their business to Germantown. With processes and communications that are cohesive, will attract businesses that will do a good job here. We also need to support the local businesses that we have. A strong local economy benefits the entire community. If we identify our needs and they're clear and concise, and we follow a plan and we communicate with what the residents want, then we will get from point A to point B. My goal is to support development that strengthens our local economy and maintain quality of life that Germantown has come to provide.
Alicia, thank you. Jim, you're up next.
I have two quick thoughts. One is communication, and the other is a broader perspective on development. One of the things that I have felt over the years is a large disconnect between village administration and the residents. Administration, staff, board, however you want to name it. But there has been a major disconnect for the last 10 or 15 years that I have felt where I am. I think development needs to have a broader perspective. We need to look at more than just what we're looking at now. We need to look at conserving our natural resources. We need to look at ecosystems. We need to look at habitats, wetlands, grasslands, farmlands. We cannot be myopic in our approach to development. It must support the village, but at the same time, it must serve the world and the nature that we've been given.
Jim, thank you very much. Jolene,
Sure.
you're up.
First, I want to be clear with how I feel about development in general. We do not need to develop every single piece of land in Germantown. I think actual development, we should put a hold on that. I think we should really focus on redevelopment, and I emphasize redevelopment. There's been no redevelopment in Germantown. All of our buildings are aging. The image of Germantown is declining. And I think we really need to emphasize redevelopment of taking some of those older areas and redeveloping that space into something more usable for our residents. In regards to the village center district or the items that the residents want, like shops, restaurants, community spaces, in order to get those items, you need the numbers of density, population to support those items. Those items generally don't come first, as Trustee Baum said. They come after. Sorry, I saw my time was up.
Thank you, Jolene. Mr. Heffley, you'll be answering the second question first. This question centers around the internal workings and facilities management within the village itself. What is your understanding of the village's long-term maintenance and facility plan? And if you believe it should be, how could it be improved?
I'll start right away on that. I've been basically told at numerous meetings, we really don't have a true plan for maintenance. We don't put money aside in the budget. We are reactive in nature. So when we have problems come up, then we're like, well, how are we going to pay for this? Which is not the way any business runs. Okay, I know it's the public sector, but we have to do a better job of budgeting and putting money aside for the rainy day. We're sitting in a building that's 25 years old. It's going to need work. Do we want to be surprised by when we have something big happen, or do we want to prepare for it? I am all about preparation. You have to take a stand and say, these buildings are aging. We have to maintain all buildings, but especially the buildings we're sitting in, the library, this building and that. Right now, to my knowledge, there is no budget for that. And that's one of the things that I would work on with other trustees. We have to live within our means, and we have to have a budget for the things that we want to continue to maintain. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alicia.
Village facilities are long-term investments made with taxpayer dollars. So it's essential to maintain them proactively. If we preserve their value, it will prevent costly repairs down the road. This is what I do every day. I work in facilities management. We budget for repairs for the year, we budget them long-term. If we don't do that and we don't save for the rainy day, we will run into problems eventually. Right now, there's some big items that are on the horizon with the police department and the fire department. And those things need to be planned for, and we need to have a plan in place when they come around. It's important to regularly evaluate how efficient our facilities are and how they're being used. Community spaces have to be functional and accessible, and we have to maintain them in order to have a long-term success.
Jim, you're up next. Thank you, Alicia.
This is one of those areas that exemplifies my disconnect from the village. I have no idea what the plan is. I don't know what the village does for maintenance, except when I see the plows go by. However, it is critical that there be budgets for it, that there be work done on equipment, that things be kept up. It's certainly something that has to be done in a very thought out and efficient way. So that's what I would be doing as a trustee, is be making sure that there were things in place that would help this question, development of budgets and those kinds of things to maintain equipment and services.
Jim, thank you very much. Jolene, you're next on this?
Sure. I would really like to thank the resident who submitted this question because I think this is a very great question and should be addressed. Due to the recent meeting that we had where our Park and Recs director made a presentation to the village board of our deteriorating pavilion in Fireman's Park. It's the first I even heard or knew that this pavilion had rotting wood and needed to be improved. Who dropped the ball that it got this far that we didn't even know about this? And now we're trying to play catch up. That's a problem and it needs to be improved. I think we need to cut out all of the wants in the budget and we need to focus on really what we only need right now. We need to come up with a life cycle and depreciation schedule. And we need to look at how much money we're giving the schools to rent their facilities. I'm out of time. Darn it.
Thank you, Jolene. And then Dave, you are on board last year to bring us around on this question.
Sure. It goes back to a process of crawl, walk, and run. Years ago, we never had anything. There was nothing to say what we should repair. A few years ago, we started putting stuff down on paper. We started putting a Gantt chart together. These are the things that we do need to account for. Now we've hired somebody to start tracking different equipment in the village, and they were going to start going through the buildings of the village and putting that process together so that we could actually document the dollar value that should be put into the repairs of these things. In the past, we were just lumping all the money and saving as much as we could to keep a heavy nest egg for when these elements happened. Today, going forward, I would like to see us continue the process that we've started and finish pulling that chart together and making those accommodations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question 3, Alicia, you'll begin this one.
Wait.
Thank you. Sorry. I need to glance over my left shoulder. Sorry. So question 3 is, how will your professional background supplement the roles of the current village staff, with emphasis on the word supplement, not replace, supplement the roles of current village staff, and how does it make you a good candidate for office? So Alicia, per our comments earlier, take the 30 seconds if you would like.
First and foremost, a trustee's responsibility is to the residents, to listen carefully to them and engage with them and hear their concerns. That should guide our decisions on budgets and planning and community. Trustees provide important oversight, and that's my role professionally, is to manage 35 properties through the Midwest and develop budgets for 35 properties and capital expenditure budgets for 35 properties and facilities maintenance procedures in place. So I'm not sure that there's anyone on the budget, on the current village board that works in facilities management specifically. So I'd like to think that I can bring that knowledge and help from that perspective.
Alicia, thank you. Jim, you're up next.
I think that I have a unique perspective being a farmer. I think the board needs a farmer on it. I think agriculture is something that's critical in our day and age. This particular point in history really needs attention to the food supply, the food processing industry, locally grown food, all those kinds of things. I also am a musician. I was a full-time director of liturgy and music for churches for 22 years. One of the qualifications that I have that I can bring to this position is being a people person who is able to communicate. Whether it was directing 100-voice choirs or 30-voice children's choirs or 10-piece instrumental ensembles, all of that required incredible communication and people skills. That experience provides me with background for this position.
Jim, thank you much. Jolene, you're up next.
Sure. I believe that my professional background has proven to be beneficial to the village. For example, when we went through some technology upgrades with the Windows 10 updates that the village had to address because it was becoming end of life. The original proposal proposed to the village was $150,000. I questioned that, and meeting after meeting after meeting, we got it down to about $10,000 that we paid instead of $150,000. I also have my degree in accounting, and I think that has proven to be useful during budget season. I feel like I was the only trustee that was making motions to make the cuts during this last budget season. I have been able to pinpoint inaccuracies in the spreadsheets and balancing. That's it.
Thank you very much. Dave, you're next.
Okay, so I am a registered architect by trade, and how I got into this being a trustee was because I was put on the plan commission. And I've been on long enough that I understand we have had numerous meetings on various different types of development. It's not something that is new. It is not something that is first going to be discussed this year. It is something that has been going on long term. I have participated in those meetings. I have drawn sketches for those meetings. I have worked with developers, residents, village board members, the planning department. I have been instrumental in helping them with various types of developments that have come forward, whether they're good, whether they're bad. I try and sway them to be a better development than what developers are actually bringing to the table first. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Last on this question, Scott Heffley.
Great question. We are embarking on a very high dollar borrowing phase that needs to be navigated carefully. Well, the great news is that I'm a financial advisor with 27 years experience. We have a $23 million budget. So I have clients with $23 million. So I'm familiar with working with large numbers. More importantly than that, though, I am a fiduciary, which means I act in the best interest of my clients at all times. So I'll act in your best interest as your trustee. Always have, always will. So you're going to have the guidance of an actual financial professional, which we need to navigate through. We just picked up our new municipal advisor is Baird. I started my career at Baird. Very familiar with Baird. Now I work at Northland Securities. We are also a municipal shop. So I have experience with two different municipal firms, and I understand the borrowing and how to navigate the projects and how they match up with the borrowing. And I think this village desperately needs somebody like that. And working with Trustee Pieper with an accounting degree, my background in finance will be a great dovetail for this village. Thank you.
Question for us, and that is, and you've touched on this a little bit, as have the other candidates, but if you could expand on it a bit more. Community service is a part of being an elected official. What have each of you personally done within the community other than your elected official positions? Jim, if you could start us off, but by all means, take the 30 seconds to compose your thoughts if you'd like.
If you could read the question one more time, please.
Certainly. Community service is a part of being an elected official. What have each of you personally done within the community other than your elected official position?
Community is a pretty wide word, broad term. I'm going to talk a little bit about the things that I've done on the farm. I believe the farm is a community service. We're open every weekend. We sell individual cuts of beef, pork, chicken, turkey, and eggs. But it's more than just selling a product. I'm a part of the community in such a way that people come and say things to me that I just don't expect. Often, more often than not, good things. One little example, I was at Fast Signs in Menominee Falls getting some yard signs printed, and one of the employees came up to me and said, I just want you to know that my son waves to your cows every morning on the way to daycare.
Jim, thank you very much. Ms. Pieper, you are next.
So having 5 kids and working full-time and being a village trustee, unfortunately, I do not have much time to really participate in volunteer activities. I was very active in volunteering through Crossway Church when I didn't have 5 kids, and I do plan on getting back there as my children do grow up. But right now, my children are active volunteers at Crossway Church, and I really encourage them to continue with that and in our subdivision. Looking after the elderly in the subdivision, making sure that their driveways are plowed and their grass is cut, leaf blow, whatever they need. I do attend the ribbon cuttings as many as I possibly can. I'm very active in my neighborhood groups. And I have volunteered at Oktoberfest, and I attend the 4th of July parade and fireworks every single year. And that definitely won't change.
Thank you very much. Mr. Baum.
So it's difficult to be involved in a whole lot of activities. I am not one to try and broaden my resume by participating in a large group of things. I have focused all my efforts on being a trustee for my district for the past 18 years. Aside from that, I am a small business owner. I spend a lot of hours working. So again, like Miss Pieper, it's difficult to get out and do a lot more things that some of the residents want us to do. However, I do participate in the events in the village. I do go to the parades. I do go to the festivals. I have served beer at them. I have helped clean up after a few of them. I'm involved, but I am just more on the downside version of it. I don't need to be the center of attention. I don't need to be the grand poobah of whatever. I'll be happy being one of the guys to clean up afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Mr. Heffley.
Well, probably half the people in this audience I've worked with through the community service I've done for nearly 30 years. By the way, I also run my own business, but I made time for the community. And I don't do it for the resume or anything. I do it because I believe in the people of this village and I'm trying to help. This is my opportunity for the first time to step out from being a volunteer and actually help the village in a different way. I've always helped the village behind the scene, met many people, made many friends, and this is the opportunity to do it officially, as it were. But I will tell you this as I sit here. If I'm a trustee and I'm lucky to become a trustee, my volunteer work will continue on because you can be a trustee and you can volunteer in the community. And that is my commitment to the people of Germantown. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heffley. Ms. Marwood.
As a couple others have said, I'm a full-time mom, I'm a full-time employee, and I'm a full-time support staff to my husband, who also has a small business. So we're all very busy. But raising kids, I got involved in the schools, primarily the PTA, the War Chicks. I had a dancer, a swim team person, everything and anything the kids wanted to do is what I was working on. PTA, church, things like that. The one thing that I'll say is many years ago now, I co-led a grassroots effort to support the Germantown referendum. We went door to door, knocking on people's doors and making sure they had the information that they needed to make an informed decision. We had meetings, we distributed flyers, we hosted community events. We created the Go G-Town, Go Great Facebook page and turned it over. I don't do that anymore, but we started it. And that whole process really helped me understand how when you communicate clearly with residents, they will give you feedback. I'm out of time now too. It's a positive experience.
Sneaks up on you.
It does.
I know it's like squeezing 10 pounds into a 5-pound bag when you're trying to get an answer out in 1 minute, but thank you, everyone, for your efforts on it. Next up is going to be Ms. Pieper. Jolene, you will have first on the next question. And this question was posed by a number of people as well, and it has to do with communications out to the community and citizens of this village. How do you plan to keep citizens informed, and what methods would you use in addition to social media? Is the way at least two of them were phrased, okay? So by all means, you're first, so you can take 30 seconds to compose yourself and then.
Communication is obviously a hot topic for our residents, and it should be addressed. I do not think that the village has been great with communication in the past. I do believe it's getting better, but there's always room for improvement. Not everybody is on social media. My grandma may be on social media, but my next door neighbor may not. And for very serious issues that are coming up, such as ordinance changes or development, I believe it is the village's responsibility to get that communication out. I was seeing for a while those green signs that were put out near something that was going to be on the village's agenda and could possibly change. I think we need to see more of that, and our residents can be aware when we see that green sign, oh, we better pay attention. I think we could improve with interactive websites, putting things in the newspaper, mailings, and more neighborhood meetings.
Thank you very much. Dave, you're next.
Okay, yes, we've been talking to a couple of residents for a few years on this. Their concern is they don't do social media. How do we communicate with them? There's less and less ways that our population is adhering to communication. The younger group is actually going to social media, but the majority of our population doesn't like it. So we have talked to them about channel 25 on our website. How do we get our website more proficient? What I think we need to do is focus on where we're going to present information, focus on that information, the content of it, and then promote where we can put it out to, where people can go find it. That's the biggest concern I hear is I can't find the information. So I would like to get our website more easy to use so they can find the information.
Thank you very much, Dave. Scott, you're next.
A couple things. Old school, the old suggestion box. People remember those? Maybe you worked at a job that had one. Why couldn't it work today? Could have one at Village Hall, suggestions. That's old school. People would like that. How about, we've done this a couple times, pop-up meet and greets, okay? At the farmer's market, at festivals, there's going to be people there. Another thing, volunteering. You're going to meet a whole bunch of people. I've lost track of the amount of people I met volunteering. And they'll tell you what's going on, especially after a couple drinks. Maybe they'll tell you a little bit more. Maybe things you don't want to know, but that's okay. But see, that's just opportunities for them to access communication. And I think doing that along with, we can do some mailing. I know we do a mailing with the people on the utilities get a mailing every quarter. Well, we could extend that. And one thing quickly that West Bend does, they do a blast email to all the residents that sign up for it every week, letting them know what's going on with road projects and the like and all of that. I've asked for us to do that. It has not happened yet, but that'd be an easy thing to do. Thank you.
Faster at the end.
Thank you, sir. Alicia.
Abilities that we have as if we are elected trustees, it's going to be one of the most important responsibilities we have. And this is sort of the communication age, right? There's plenty of different methods and we have to utilize those. I've been on the Germantown website a couple times trying to find information. I've called Jolene and said, where is it? I mean, I 100% agree that we need to be able to have the communication methodologies we have in place have to be better. Being in the community, shaking hands, doing pop-ups, being available is another way. We also have email blasts is another one that I was going to suggest. Social media works and we can talk to our neighbors. But I think face-to-face communication and inviting people to join us, just posting that there's a meeting and then expecting people to showing up doesn't always work. But inviting our neighbors and our friends and our folks at church and the people on the farm, you know, that brings people in.
Thank you, Alicia. Jim?
If I'm elected, I would like to have listening sessions on a regular basis. I don't really think there's anything that can take the place of face-to-face conversations. I would like to have at least quarterly listening sessions at the farm for District 2, possibly monthly. I would really like a list of the names and addresses of all the people in District 2 so that I could get out there and talk to people. I've been to a meeting with residents in Isabel's Farms a week ago. Found out that there's a half a dozen of them mad at me for something that I didn't even know they were mad at me for. I met with a group of people at Blackstone a month ago or so. I see about half of the people that live in Nye subdivision across the road from me almost weekly. I really would like to talk to people. Farmers are notorious for working alone and love to talk to people.
Thank you very much. Mr. Baum, you're going to be first on the next question. This centers around a housing development proposal that was cited. Should the village allow a developer to build 200 plus multifamily units in the village center flower source location? Should the village allow a developer to build 200 plus homes, multifamily units in the village center flower source location?
The village needs to have the discussion. The plans have been presented, but the village has not had the discussion. And I have been out on social media and trying to get people to have that discussion as to whether they want it or not. In reality, understanding development, it's going to be proposed. Coming forward, we have 15 developers that were looking to participate in this. But what's the right number? It takes the village meeting to have the residents voice their opinions, have the discussions, understand the rationale behind what is being presented before the village can make that determination. In my position, the people I have talked to, residents and developers, going to and participating at various events, I've heard from them. Many people will accept the development.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Heffley, your thoughts?
Okay, before we do anything, we need input from the villagers, as was said. The 2050 plan has put us on a path of let's fill up the village with apartments all over the place without any real plan. And the villagers we were promised neighborhood meetings in the 2050 plan. We're finally getting around to that after it was passed 4 years ago. So I want their input first. The other thing is we need to define what multifamily is. Very confusing. On the campaign trail, some people think condos side by side are multifamily. Some people think, you know, apartments are multifamily. What really is multifamily? I can tell you what they want because they probably knocked on 700 doors. People say, we want owner occupied residences and housing units. Okay. So when you hear the word apartment, that's not popular in this village right now. That word is not. So we have to define what it is. We have to figure out if people, what they want and how much of it that they want before we determine any kind of numbers that to throw out there like 200. Right now, we do not have those answers, but I hope we get them soon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alicia.
I mean, if there's a great development that comes together that has 200 units that goes to the flower source location and it involves community space where we can get together and enjoy each other as a community. Maybe that would be beneficial. If it's retail that the community tells us we're missing, but I don't know that that's a question that we should be answering. I think that's a question that the people in the community should be answering and telling us how it should happen. And should it be multifamily apartments? Should it be condos? We are not development experts either. You know, we need developers to tell us what would work there, and we need the people to tell us what they want there. And when we combine those two and we have a plan, a full plan of what the development should look like, then we can, you know, start working towards that. But piecemealing it together and not knowing what people want is not going to result in something that is good for the community long term.
I would have to agree with what's been said. It needs to come from the residents. There needs to be good information presented to them and good feedback from them. So I just would echo what's been said before.
Okay, short answer, yes. Before you come at me with the pitchforks, though, hang on, let me finish. Because, yes, I do believe that we will need to put multifamily there in order to get what the residents really want, as Alicia touched on a little bit. They want shops, they want places to eat, they want to patronize. In order to get those items, you need the high density housing. I would love to see much more than just multifamily. I would love to see courtyard, huge food markets, or just a place to sit down and read a book or do your work outside, where we could host My Fest. But in order to get there, we need a vision. We don't have one. We need the community's input. We need feedback. We need planning. We need to come up with a vision and then be proactive and go after the developers to make that come true.
Thank you, Jolene. Scott, you are first on the next question. This question is, how would you address tax rates in the village while still meeting the needs of the community? Isn't that the forever question? How would you address tax rates in the village while still meeting the needs of the community?
Well, I think we know some of the things we need in this village, what people want. They want public safety, they want good roads, they want their garbage picked up. You know, those are the simple things in life, right? But tax rates are fluid and they move up and down based upon sometimes beyond our control, like what state government does. But I would say that the tax rate is something that probably short term will go up because we have some of the biggest borrowing we've done in the history of 65-year history of the village we're about to embark on. Once we get through that, we'll be able to stabilize the tax rates for everybody. But development helps. Two recent developments, Green Bay Packaging out in the industrial park area and also Truck Country, are going to come online with large amounts of tax being paid immediately because they're not within a TID. So encouraging development like that, where you turn on the property taxes immediately, is the way to go. That's absolutely the way to go. Single family homes pay the bills also. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Alicia.
I think it's just important for us to remember, as you know, trustees, that every tax dollar that comes in comes from one of the people that live here or one of the companies that operate here. And it's our responsibility to be good stewards of those taxpayer dollars. Residents expect quality services, and we have to balance that between affordability. I've mentioned my job a couple times. I'll mention it again. You know, we price out our services on a regular basis. That makes it more affordability. That provides some competition between vendors. It's important that we use those very simple methods that we all use at home to get the best dollar for the village, the folks that pay the bills here, for everybody in the village.
Thank you very much. Jim, your thoughts?
I think we owe the residents good information and good education. We need to let people know why the tax rates are what they are. I think there should be discussion about it, or at least information going out about it prior to getting your taxes for the coming year, so that you have a heads up. People have a right to know how the money is being spent and what's coming down the line, how much taxes are going to go up, why they're going to go up, what's causing them to go up. So for me, it's education and information to the residents.
Thank you, Jim. Jolene?
Sure. Public safety obviously needs to be prioritized. That is just something that the residents can't go without. So while we prioritize public safety, how do we manage everything else? Well, we make the cuts. We make those hard cuts, and I can definitely cut costs. I could have cut more costs if I had the support during this last budget season. We need to focus on our needs, not our wants. Until we are stable financially, then we can talk about adding some wants into there. I think we need to partner more with the school districts. Potentially, there could be some shared savings there. Maybe we can find a better agreement on how to maintain the baseball fields or cut the grass in certain areas. Little tiny savings like that, they do add up after time.
Thank you very much. Dave, you get to wrap this particular question up.
Thank you. Budget process is actually a very transparent process. It takes us 3 months to put it together. We have open meetings of the committee of the whole. We talk about and we prioritize what the needs are of the village to operate first and foremost. We also have a secondary format that is for borrowing for the wants. Some people say their needs, like Trustee Pieper said, a lot of them are wants. But that is trying to convey the information to the residents. If the residents want to participate in that process, they are more than welcome to come, have public comment. They're welcome to reach out to us and explain what they don't like about what we're doing. But the needs of the village are addressed. It's the wants and the excess borrowing that I've always had a problem with, because we could clearly reduce our rate if we stopped borrowing for cars and trucks and equipment.
Thank you, Dave. Alicia, you'll have the first shot at this particular question. This is also a question that came up in multiple comments in various formats, of course, from community members, but it's how will you maintain decorum in face-to-face and social media communications and focus on creating relationships within the community? So how will you maintain decorum in face-to-face emails and social media communications and focus on creating relationships within the community?
You know, I think that just boils down to respect. I mean, all of us have different opinions. All of us have different perspectives. All of us come from different places. And we want to be heard, and we want to communicate with people and share our experiences and learn from each other. So if we're going to respect each other's decisions and we're going to respect what people have to say, there really shouldn't be a place for, being too upset, right? So I'm not real sure how to answer that question other than just to be straightforward and honest and respectful and treat each other kindly as I want them to treat me. And hopefully that will come back.
Thank you, Alicia. Jim?
I'm really surprised that this question got on here. There must have been a problem somewhere. Respect is the first line. You treat people like you want to be treated. You talk nicely to people, you talk kindly to them, you understand where they're coming from. Every one of us has a story that you and I may not know about. Every one of us may have had a bad day when we got to that meeting. It's unfortunate this question never got here.
Thank you, Jim. Jolene?
Yes, I believe our job as a trustee is to listen. I think we need to listen more, talk less, and really hear the residents when they bring us concerns. Really be responsive, receptive, engaged, and informative. Really take those residents' opinions into consideration when making the decisions that we do today. I think it's very needed. I feel like residents don't feel like they are heard, and the trustees could do a better job of making them feel like they are heard and following up and responding to those phone calls and responding to those emails, whatever that may be. I dislike social media.
Jolene, thank you. Dave?
Yeah, I think the issue rises around respect for one another. There's so much just outright screaming at people during various forms of communication. When I encounter those things, I like to go back with actual facts, actual information. I understand you think we are crooks. We're not crooks. Here's how these things transpire. This is why we're spending this kind of money. I like to give information. I try to keep my temper to myself. I try not to be snarky all the time. But yes, I will admit every so often I do get riled up by somebody misinforming, miscommunicating, saying the wrong thing. I had somebody in a restaurant tell me that I was on the take. You are a corrupt politician because some development in the community. I'm correct. That's where I get angry.
Well, pretty easy. The way I was raised is the golden rule: treat others as you want to be treated. Carried that through my entire life. I've been very blessed with all the volunteer work I've done, that I have built relationships with people, that I put myself in situations where I had the ability to maybe work with like-minded people that are trying to work for the betterment of others. So I feel like I've got a wealth of experience from that standpoint, but there's no reason. I don't mind the question, for one thing. There's no reason why we can't be nice to each other. There really isn't. And I feel that it's critical, especially as a trustee. We should be over nice. Okay. We need to have a servant leadership heart. That's what a trustee is, or does, as a servant leader. They're a servant leader. They serve the people. And that means you got to tuck your ego aside and you got to work for the betterment of the people that live in this village, and realize they're not always going to be happy with you. Trust me, on the campaign trail, I have had unfiltered comments coming my way, and I'm not even elected, okay? But I respect the fact that people are willing to share that with you. We have to listen to them and carry that forward and do something for them to make them believe that we can help them and we will help them. Thank you.
Next question is actually this evening, so you can start thinking about those things too as you hear the final question. But the question is, what prompted you to run for public office? What unique qualifications would you bring to the position? Some of you have already been in public office, some of you are aspiring to it. So you'll each have unique viewpoints on that. But if Mr. Stout, if we could have you respond first, and again, you have 30 seconds to think about it first if you would like.
One of my neighbors came to the farm on Sunday a couple of months ago, 6 months ago maybe, and showed me a map that is in the 2050 plan. And they said, "Did you know what the village plans to do?" There were two things that caught my attention on that map. It was a map of my section in the village that my farm is on. And there was a road drawn on that map, east and west, through my farm. Underneath the map were the words, agriculture is undesirable. That was the day I decided to run for public office. I have been kept at a distance, and you know, the worst thing is, no one from the village ever came to talk to me before the 2050 plan was approved.
What prompted me to run for office? There's a guy sitting in the audience. He's the one who convinced me to run for a village trustee. He was a trustee himself. He said, "I think you'd be, excuse me, I think you'd be really good at it." I considered it for a while, but being as busy as I am, I didn't really pursue it until a village or I found that pretty much my entire subdivision non-compliant because we live in a unique area. I couldn't tear down and rebuild my deck exactly how it was because of this village ordinance. So then I went down the rabbit hole and I became a village trustee, and I changed that ordinance to bring my subdivision into compliance and allow the other neighbors to rebuild their decks when they're deteriorating too.
Thank you, Jillian. Next up, Dave.
I started at the ground floor. I volunteered for the Historic Preservation Commission. The trustee on that committee liked me so much, he asked me to participate in the Plan Commission. The village president at the time and that trustee liked me so much, they asked me to run for office. Since then, 6 elections later, nobody else wanted the position. I have run unopposed 5 times. Shows you how desirable this position has been. But along the way, I have developed an appreciation for what the trustees do for this village. I have enjoyed helping people out with their issues and problems that they're having. I've enjoyed everything about it along the way. I am happy to assist anybody in any issue they want. I'm glad to do whatever I can.
Thank you, Dave. Scott?
Well, I guess the aside is persistent nagging by well-meaning people in the village. But I also told my wife when I told her I wanted to run that I would go to less meetings if I was a trustee than I currently do as an engaged resident. So that might have had something to do with it. But I believe it's a natural evolution for me to go from many, many years, almost 3 decades of helping the community into an official capacity to help the community because I am about the people. I am the candidate of the people. I came from the people. I am one of you. And to represent this community, this wonderful place we call Germantown, would be an absolute honor for me to do. And I look forward to doing that. And I will work hard for you to do that. And that, I'm just motivated. I've never been more motivated for something in many years than I am now, and just continue on helping everybody the way I have and still doing the volunteer work because I think it's important. And I think trustees should do that and be held to that standard. Thank you.
The first home we lived in before Mickey and I moved to Germantown was Whitefish Bay. And we'd get up in the morning on Saturday and we would walk up to Silver Spring and we'd stop at Burgers and have a bagel, and we'd stop at the coffee shop and we'd see friends and family, and it was a great feeling. And we moved to Germantown. We bought this big old money sucker down off Main Street that my husband's constantly fixing. And before we did that, we came and we talked to the building inspector and a couple other people here in Village Hall. And they said, "Oh, we've got these plans. We've got all these plans." They're like, "Great." So we move into this house and Gales expands. And then we get a whole bunch of apartments across the street from Bubs. And everything we were promised did not happen. And there was no communication. And it was disappointing. And we still walk the kids to school, and we still walk to Sendex, and we still can walk to the library. But now we're at a crossroads where all these developments could happen. And I just want them to be right. I want them to be what the community wants, what, sorry, we're out of time, what the community wants.
Alicia, thank you so much. Well, we're at the stage for closing comments. You don't get 30 seconds to think about them because you've known they're coming. Dave, you're going to be up on first on it, and Julie, you get to have the last word on closing comments this evening, okay?
Okay. I'm grateful for the people who showed up tonight to listen to what we have to say. Thank you for coming out and giving your evening. For me, I want to participate in the future of this village in a more direct way, in a further direct way. I want to participate in the development that's coming on the board. I want to participate in the issues that we have, and I want to help solve the financial problems that we have. It's not going to take a fiduciary and accountant to deal with all this stuff. We have those people as consultants. We've used them for years. Our books, our finances are stable. Contrary to what many people are saying out there, we do not have a gloom and doom consequence coming up. We have choices that we have to make. We have decisions. We have direction that we need to turn. But the fact that we are destined for a horrendous failure is not the course of action. So I would like to assist in guiding that, and I would like to continue to participate as I have done for the past 18 years. So thank you.
David Baum, Village Board District 1 candidate, thank you very much this evening. Scott Heffley, Village Board District 1 candidate, your closing comments, please.
I want to thank and the chamber and all the people that helped put this together, the people that came, the people watching online. This forum was, I don't know what it was going to be because first time I'm up here, but it was fun. I had fun. I'm glad to answer any question that people have. And this is a look inside what it could be. And I think we have some good people up here that could help, where I'm one of the newbies. But the stars really of Germantown are the residents, okay? We live here because we have a rich history, great schools. We have a vibe.
Germantown is not a congested, overbuilt situation here. We like how it feels. We like it's unharried. We like less congestion. If we want congestion, you can move there. If you want, every amenity under the sun, you can move there. They exist out there. I know people want more here, but most of the people that live here that I talk to, knocking on all those doors, say, we like Germantown the way it is, so please be careful with it. It's like a newborn baby. You got to be careful with it. But we still need development.
We have a growing debt problem. We do. No matter what anyone says, okay? There are things coming down this road that I have seen because of my work with municipal bond firms. And I know that villages love to borrow money. That's what they do. And we need to get a handle on that. And I will help with that process. I have expertise there. We have to squeeze every dollar we can out of the resources we have, which are scarce, which is taxpayer with property taxes. Plus, I think we need to explore new ideas and suggestions we haven't looked at before because the board has been unwilling to do that. It's time to try something different because we all know what the definition of insanity is. I don't need to go into that. So tonight, a simple pledge to the people out there. I will return your calls and emails within a reasonable time frame. I will always act in a prudent manner, represent you to the best of my ability. I will never shy away from tough decisions or topics and will always
my votes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heffley. Alicia Muir Marwood. And you have to tell me I did that correctly this evening.
You did a great job. Thank you.
Your final comments, please.
Germantown's in a transitional place. It brings opportunity, but it also brings responsibility. And the decisions that we make now will affect this community for years to come. Can you guys hear me? Okay, sorry. I think we need thoughtful planning and fiscal responsibility and open communication. Open communication. How many times have we said that tonight? But it does feel like it's
You know, it's been a common thread through all of our conversations, every single topic that came up. We have to plan carefully so that growth strengthens our community while protecting the neighborhoods as they are now and are what the residents want to see happen. Responsible development can broaden our tax base, support local businesses, ensure Germantown remains a vibrant place to live. Equally important is transparency and accessibility. Residents deserve clear information about decisions that affect them. Serving as a village trustee is an opportunity to give back to a community that we so much value. I'm committed to supporting growth that is environmentally
responsible and sustainable so Germantown remains healthy. My goal is really simple: to help ensure Germantown remains strong, welcoming, and well-managed community where families thrive and residents feel connected.
Thank you, Alicia, for your thoughts and comments this evening. Jim Stout, Village Board District 2 candidate, your final thoughts.
Thanks to everyone who was part of making this evening what it is. I echo Scott's comment that it was fun. I have a bachelor's degree in theology with a minor in philosophy. I have a master's degree in theology from Notre Dame University. I have a bachelor's degree in fine arts, in music, choral conducting, and vocal performance from UWM. I have spent 22 years as a full-time director of liturgy and I have spent 27 years owning and operating JDS Builders, which is a construction firm, residential construction, remodeling, and renovation. And I have spent 22 years operating and owning the Stout Farm. My involvement in these professions have brought me to today. They have all served to bring me here to a point where I believe I would be great value as a trustee for the village of Germantown. I looked up the etymology of the word trustee. It comes from an Old Norse word, tresta, in the mid-1600s. And it means to rely on or to make strong. My commitment to this village is that I would be working as much as I possibly could to make this village strong through communication, holding development in check, watching budgets, and being a people person. Thank you.
Mr. Stout, thank you so much for your thoughts and comments this evening. Jillian Pieper, Village Board District 3, I promised you final words on the final question. Your closing comments, please.
Sure. I deeply care about Germantown. Deeply. I remember when Speedway was a cornfield. I remember when Serview Pharmacy was here and they sold candy for pennies. I remember Rooney's. I remember when Western stopped at the police station and it didn't even go all the way through. I remember our history and I want to save it. I want to save our historical buildings, the last ones that are left. I want to emphasize our history and I want to preserve the land from development. Every parcel of green space should not be developed. I want to see the residents have river access at the old recycling center. I want to restore the glory to Main Street again. I want to revive our downtown. I really care about that and prioritize that. It's had no movement for years, and I want to see that finally start to progress. I represent my demographic. I still have young kids at home. I represent people my age that are going to move here from Germantown, who currently live here from Germantown, who are also raising families. I want to improve the communication to the school board. I want to work together more with them. I want to cut costs. And I can cut costs and make sure that they're cut in the right areas. So it doesn't affect services, but it does keep your taxes lower. I want to address employee retention in this village, which we've seen is a very big problem. I want to stop all these multifamily developments from getting passed, happening in places that we do not have multifamily planned for. I'm running out of time. I want to save Blackstone. And lastly, I want to thank Gilletta because she does everything here, guys.
Thank you, everyone, tonight. And I personally applaud and thank you for running for office. It's not an easy task. And it is a deep commitment. And again, my thoughts on events like this evening, it is the purest form of democracy we can demonstrate. Questions came from the community, answered by those running for office, and it gives those running for office an understanding of the platform and the issues that the community sees and thinks strong enough about it to write in about. I especially want to thank everyone here in the audience tonight and also those online. Thank you, Germantown Chamber of Commerce. And I'll say it one more time. That's my fourth time tonight, right? Vote. Thank you very much.